Now we'd like to present to you Mr. Wang Huiyao, the President of the CCG and Counselor of China State Council, to present us. Honorable Mr. Chen, distinguished guests, dear friends, good morning. Welcome to attend the 7th China and Globalization Forum 2021. China and Globalization Forum started from the year 2015, was being jointly organized by the CCG and also the International Exchange Centers and the MOFCOM. And we have continued our forum for 6 years consecutively, and this year marks the 7th China and Globalization Forum. And our forum has always been stick to the principles of professionalism, and we are trying to keep up with the tides of the globalizations, and we discuss the frontline issues, including the globalizations, and we invite the players and the participants of the political world and also the private sectors. In the yesterday's welcoming dinner, we have welcomed several thousands of the ambassadors, policymakers, stakeholders, and also representatives from Beijing municipal government, as well as the representatives from over 30 different international organizations, Chamber of Commerce, and also the head of the foundations. And we have also invited several different high-level executives of the multinationals to join our forum. And last night, we have welcomed and hosted a series of distinguished guests. We really want to thank all the relevant parties and the international society, and also all walks of life for your concern and for your support. The development of CCG and the achievement of CCG cannot be alienated from your support. I think that during our exploration, we are going to keep up with the tide of the times and going to work together with you in sincerity, and we are going to co-discuss and coordinate the friendly and mutual trust cooperations between each other. So today, we have kindly invited so many distinguished guests.
We are having a full day agenda. It's a very, very busy agenda. We're going to explore the first section. We're going to talk about the China and the global economic development and how we facing the pandemic. And also, second panel, we're going to have over 15 ambassadors to talk about the issues on the post-world economy and the pandemic development. Also, we're going to talk about China's new communication, and new narrative, and also new development of the business enterprise innovation and China-EU collaboration. And in the evening, we're going to have actually 4 major US think tank head. We have an online dialogue. 那我们看到目前的新冠疫情仍然
Currently, the COVID-19 pandemic is still wreaking havoc while we are facing the challenges for the climate change. That's the reason why there are so many uncertainties, internationally speaking. The world needs to be united and cooperative, and we need to protect the world from the COVID-19 while opening our economies to each other. Especially, the virus is going to be coexisted with us for a long period of time. We need to figure out a way to keep the people-to-people exchange while protect ourselves from the virus. So I believe the 7th China and Globalization Forum today, as you have seen, for all the distinguished experts, guests, and leaders, is going to share their valuable suggestions and opinions, and it is going to add the color for the future development of China and the world. Thank you. Thank you very much, General Secretary President Wang Huiyao. Now I'd like to present to you Mr. Chen Deming to deliver the keynote speech, who is the CCG's Honorable Chairman, former Minister of Commerce. Chairman of CAEFI. I'm going to remove my medical mask. Thank you very much. I also want to thank the Typhoon Yanhua. So I actually cannot arrive here if the typhoon has not lived. Distinguished guests, dear ambassadors, your excellencies, distinguished experts, good morning. It is really an honor for me to gather here together with all of you in Beijing to attend the 7th China and Globalization Forum 2021. The year 2021 is the year for the economic recovery in the post-pandemic era. And I believe the multilateralism is going to become one of the major keywords during the global games. And I also believe that in this centenary, we are facing unprecedented opportunities and challenges. As a country who have successfully managed the virus spreading for the first time, Chinese economy is gradually recovered. And on the first half of the year 2021, Chinese GDP is reaching 53 trillion US dollars. That is a 12.7% growth compared with last year. And the Chinese economy is demonstrating a very great resilience, injecting dynamism for the world, and it's also consolidated the confidence between China and the world economy. This year marks the 70th years anniversary for China to join the United Nations, and this is also the 20th year anniversary for China's reform and opening up. For China, this is a very special year. It is a year in the transitional period which we have undertaken the previous historic task while opening into the new chapter. Standing on this historic moment, China is determined to enhance the cooperations between the international community, while we are clear to see that there is a trend on the tide of anti-globalizations. Under this backdrop, how will China shoulder our responsibilities? How will China maintain the trend of globalizations and defend our own interest of development? I think for this problem, I'd like to see a few of my own opinions. The first one is about the international scenarios, international landscape. I have 4 points to share with you. The first point is that COVID-19 pandemic is still wreaking havoc around the world. Until yesterday, the cumulative confirmed cases across the world is 129 million cases. According to the data, United Nations, India, Brazil are the top 3 countries that have the most cases. According to the data from the WHO, the Delta mutations of the virus has been spread to 132 different countries and regions. According to the initiations and according to the statistics by GISA, in the past 4 weeks, COVID-19 newly added cases across the world has demonstrated the ratio of Delta mutated infected virus is becoming over 90%. The virus is going to be a problem and question that is going to trigger the problems across the world. So how will each one of the country enhance their cooperations while they are facing the virus in the coming areas? This is actually a question we should discuss later. The second part is that the China and the U.S. relations is actually the most important ties across the world. Currently, these diplomatic relations has been under severe conditions. At the first half of this year, the China and the U.S. government has started 2 rounds of dialogue, both in Alaska and also in Tianjin. And both parties has also undertaken a huge dividends. The U.S. government cannot be accepting the Chinese requirement, and according to the economic part, and according to the Chinese General Customers (GECC), affected by the trade war, the bilateral trade volumes between China and China and the United States is actually reaching $4 trillion. That is a 47.5% growth year on year, and it's actually 12% of the total volumes for import and export in China. Although the problem existed, but the 2 countries' economy is still very complementary to each other, and we still have a very huge ground to work together. We are caught in politics while the economic exchange are very hard and robust. And the third problem we need to talk about is that China and Europe should build a dialogue mechanism instead of confrontations. And for the year 2020, China has become the Europe's largest trading partner, surpassing the United States for the first time. And according to the data issued by European Union, the total trade volume of the European Union has been surpassing the total volume of $5 trillion. And after we have opened up the China-Europe's railway, every year it has actually carried around 5,000 tons of the investment. After 5 years, China and Europe has reached the China-Europe trade negotiations, and currently it was frozen, and we don't know when it will be unfrozen again. And as we understand, the nationalism in Europe is on the rise once again. So when will we resume the long-term cooperation is still going to be very important. So I think this is going to be meeting up with the root interest from both sides. The fourth part is that the multilateralisms and cooperations in the climate change, environmental protections, crackdowns on the terrorism, and also the tax havens is going to be a very important part. We are also going to work together with the space explorations, disaster relief, and also foreign aid. The developing countries and developed countries is going to join their hands and contribute their fair shares for the future development. However, the Trumpism is still spreading across the world, and the sense of security and safety is also changing. China has always becomes the target of the Western world. The nationalism has been affected by the political world. We cannot generate any single consensus yet, and the United States has openly violated the rules of the WTOs, and they have also given us through the malls at the China. And the good news is that for the new General Secretary of WTO, they have already taken the office, and we are expecting that on the November this year, the 2nd of the 12th MCF, it is going to be a session to boost our confidence. I don't think that this is going to be a field annual event. If we want to promote the Chinese development, it needs to went through the trend of the world. Globalization is a must choice for China and the world. After 20 years of China's joining of WTO, it is going to be the best and solutions, and we are waiting through a long-term climbing period. This is not only because of the deteriorating of the global scenario, it is also because of our own structural reform and our own internal reform. We are also shifting the drivers of our economy, and we are also trying to prevent the financial meltdown in our country. We are also working together against climate change and environmental protection. So, as General Secretary Xi Jinping pointed out, China should go with the tide of times, and facing these risk scenarios, China is willing to fight each other, and we are going to contribute our fair shares to construct a socialism with Chinese characteristics with a very good external environment. Firstly, we are going to make the dual circulation economy. China is a country with a huge population. The development of our economy is actually focused on the economic drives. We should change the economic drive from an investment-driven to a consumption-driven. That's the reason why we need to lower down the job list problems in the companies, create more jobs, and keep international inter and outward balance. While we are trying to expand the exportations, we are going to meet up with the internal demand for enlarging the consumptions. And we also should need to maintain a very enough foreign exchanges. Currently, the export-related foreign reserves is being focused by the foreign invested companies and also Taiwan invested companies. That's the reason why we need to smooth the foreign investment, and we should build a negative list. Especially, we should open up the service in trade, and this is a long-term policy for the Chinese government. And recently, I understand the MOFCON has issued a series of policies to open up the service in trade. And I think all of you should be concerned about the new rules enlisted of the Chinese government. Secondly, we should use the fight as a method to treat with the China-US relations. In its nature, China is an emerging superpower, and the Chinese people has chosen the political system that suited their own national realities. And this political system has widely demonstrating its advantages. While in the United States, they are a superpower, dropping gradually from their supreme time to, and this is actually echoing with the pattern that we have understand about the lives of the countries. Over the past 20 years, the United States development has exposed many different risks and also the weakening points. But we should be fully aware that our country is going to be at the initial stage of the socialism for a long period of time. We need to stick to the reform and open up.
We need to learn from other countries, and the United States will not collapse tomorrow. The cooperation with the United States is conducive to China's growth and prosperity, but we will not allow U.S. to limit our right to development. Actually, they cannot control us at all. There is competition between China and the U.S. Chinese businessmen hope there will be a multilateral rule for competition. We will fight if the rule is compromised. Number three, we need to deal with the alliance of the U.S. They want to control China with the U.S. at the back. We need to make plans to set the baseline and compromise with them and to persuade them. The alliance of the U.S. is very complex. They need to have the protection of security from U.S. and they need to deal with China for business. And their choice has to be controlled or influenced by their domestic politics. I think this is, we see a lot of moving around from the alliance of U.S. So we need to tell a good story of China. We need to discuss the interest and the growth of countries. We need to talk less about ideology. Number four, we need to support multilateral institution organizations. If we want to talk about multilateralism, the principle should be justice and non-discrimination. For example, we need to restore the function of WTO appeal organization. We support the reform of the WTO, and we need to implement the reform opening up measures of China, and then we can have a large maneuver room for the reform of multilateralism. I think it is in the interest China should try its best to reform and make good conditions for gaming. For example, the reform of SOEs. The subsidy should be transparent. For the industrial policies, we need to have the same treatment for SOEs, private companies and foreign companies. In the end, I wish a great success of the 7th China and Globalization Forum. I'm looking forward to listening to your great ideas. Thank you. I want to thank Minister Chen Deming for your wonderful presentation. Now we will start the Roundtable Forum, Roundtable 1. The topic of the Roundtable is global economic recovery views from China. The chairperson is the president of CCG, Counselor for China and State Council.
As we can know that actually last year, since the pandemic, we've been really hit hard by the pandemic. And then we just
Today is a very good start. It's a starting year for the 14th five-year plan. And we can see that the resilience of China's economy. China's world economy has contributed to the economy. In later, how we can continue to promote economic development. At the same time, we need to open up further to the world, and how we can enhance our level of anti-pandemic and guarantee the flow of human capital and goods. We need to find a new way for the economic opening up. This is what we need to consider. So this roundtable, we have a lot of very important discussants. We have the experts from World Bank, BRIC banks. We also have the formal senior officials from the MOFCOM and the Ministry of Finance. You can contribute around this topic. Now I would like to introduce the guests of the panelists. We know we have the Mr. Chen Deming, who is the CCG Honorable Chairman, former Minister MOFCOM, and Chairman of China Association of Enterprise. We also have Mr. Chen Jian, who is the CCG advisor and former Vice Minister of Commerce. We also have Mr. Cui Jinmo, and who is also the initiator of the forum. We will have
Reeser. He's the World Bank Country Director for China, Mongolia, and Korea. And he's really a great economist on the situation for both China and the World Bank on economic development. 我们还有一位是这个张文才，中国农业发展银。
We also have Mr. Zhang Wencai, who is the Vice President of Agricultural Development Bank of China. We also have Mr. Zhu Guangyao. Mr. Zhu Guangyao is the former Vice Minister of Finance and the coordinator of G20 financial minister meetings. He is also the CCG advisor. We also have Mr. Zhao Bin.
那么我们想呢，这个我们的嘉宾啊，这一场有这么多，还有我想我没有漏掉谁哈。这个我们还有这个来自金砖的这个。
we also have the a speaker from the BRIC countries. The Mastrop.
那么我们把这个嘉宾都介绍完了啊，我们现在在场的。那么我想呢，这个我们可能这个时间哈，我们想大概我们能有个
we will have about 1 or 2 rounds of question and answers. The first round you can share your views, and then in the second round we may have some discussion. First, I would like to invite Mr. Chen Jian, the CCG counselor and advisor and the former vice minister of MOFCOM, to make the first presentation. My topic is the global economic recovery. It's a very good topic, I think, for the first roundtable. Current world is challenged with many problems. The first one is economy, the biggest recession after World War II. How to revitalize the global economy? This is a common challenge for everybody. 3 ways. If we can do 3 things, we can revitalize the global economy. First, investment and construction. China in 2013 initiated the Belt and Road Vision. U.S. also proposed the Blue Dots initiative. The G7 also proposed a infrastructure plan. I think the connotation of all these plans same. I think that the world can integrate the resources together to make infrastructure. I think there's still a gap for infrastructure around the world. Infrastructure can bring the overall economic growth. After Asian financial crisis, China was under great pressure. At that time, the government took the action of infrastructure development. So I think we need to pay special attention to this issue. China CCG can do the thing. How Blue Dot initiative work with Belt and Road? They can work together. The G7 infrastructure, they can also cooperate with Belt and Road. The interest of humankind is aligned. If no one else talks, I think CCG can talk with the US. 2 resources combined together is much powerful than individual. If we can realize infrastructure development, financing and investment are 2 issues we need to address. All the countries are enthusiastic or active for this issue. Next step, how to find the money? There are 4 ways, I think. First, private PE. China has about 24,000 PEs. They are controlling about 15.9 trillion RMB. China's PEs and the PEs of other countries. We work together and make full use of this money for infrastructure, and this infrastructure will have a very promising profitability. Second way is financial leasing should be used fully as a financial tool. Now it is we are not using this tool very well. The significance of financial leasing is great for infrastructure. The third way is capital market. be it capital market in China mainland, in Hong Kong and Macau, and in the US and in the Europe. The investors of the investment capital market, they want to make money, they want return. If we place a good projects on that in the capital market, it will be popular. The fourth one is developmental financing, innovative financing instead of conventional financing. The China Development Bank has done some projects in this regard. I think you need to talk with them. Plus the traditional loans, I think with all these different methods, we can find money. At the same time, we need to have an innovative way of cooperation. We need to pay attention to the development of a region, not just one individual project. President Xi Jinping, when talking about the Belt and the Road, mentioned a concept of point, line, and a surface. 2 points, then if they have good product on 2 points, they can be joined as a line. Then we can consider the whole areas. I know that some companies in one areas, they develop a economic belt. That's the first point I want to make. Second, digital economy. We need to pay special attention to digital economy. Digital economy will help a lot for the global economic recovery. IDC forecasts that by 2022, 60% of global GDP will come from the digital economy. According to China's Communication Institute, now China 33.3% of China's GDP comes from digital economy. I don't know how they did math, but what I'm trying to say is that the growth of digital economy will influence people's life. 5G is coming. I think we need to make full use of the digital economy, which I believe will benefit the global economy. I think you may echo my idea. The third point is technological innovation. Currently, China's technological innovation is good. However, if we need to convert the economic technology innovation into production power, into industry which will benefit the economic growth. During the technological innovation, the global economic recovery will be supported as well. What we can see is the 3 points I just mentioned. If we do that, we can do a good job. In order to attain this purpose, there are 3 hopes. First, we need to be active. Now the situation is a little bit pessimistic for people. You know, there is no such thing as certainty. Today we have shortcomings. Today we also have advantages. We need to see the pros, not just the cons, and we need to be active in solving the problem. Second, we need to be tolerant. In the current world, I have read some papers. I have listened to some international relationship experts. They all talk about problems. Behind that, there is conflicts. But lately, I have studied some issues. Some of the problems or the conflicts, they can be tolerated under certain conditions. So we have to learn to tolerate. In a tolerant world, we can realize the goal of global economic recovery. You know that I am right. We cannot just anything different from me is wrong. The world is not that simple. In when I was a child, I watch a movie. I often ask my parents, "Is a good guy or bad guy?" That's a childish question. So we have to tolerate the existence of different cultures, as long as it in line with the governance demands. This kind of existence is reasonable. So the second is tolerance. The third hopes, we need to cooperate. We need to find the common points. Confrontation will be a way for humankind to consume their own resources. Only cooperation can bring benefits to humankind. That's all what I want to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chen Jian. Very great presentation, very forward-looking. You mentioned that the Belt and the Road and the other infrastructure projects of the world, including the B3W and other infrastructure projects. I think all of them are possibility for the economic recovery, tolerance and cooperation. All of them are keywords.
You mentioned all those good points that Belt and Road can be working with B3W and other, like Euro-Asia connectivity portal proposed by EU. I think those are really great ideas. So I would like to really invite Martin Reiser, who is the head of World Bank in China, that you are really doing a lot of infrastructure, but also other projects. So can we really work together as well? I mean, I would like to hear from you. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Henry. Cao Shanghao. Unfortunately, I will have to speak in English. I think this is a great question. I want to change a little bit the perspective. I think most of the discussion on infrastructure focuses on the gap. And then once we've identified the gap, we say how big it is, X billions or trillions of dollars. And then we look around and we think about where the dollars are going to come from. And that's certainly a valuable perspective. And there's no question that if you take that perspective, China has a huge role to play because China has significant financial resources. But my perspective would be a slightly different one. Why is the money not flowing to close the gap? Why don't we have more development coming from infrastructure investments? Why is it that in countries like China, infrastructure is a driver of economic development, but in many other countries it isn't? And I think that has something to do with the quality of those investments. It has something to do with whether they're well prepared. It has something to do with whether the economic analysis behind it, the economics, justify the investment. And it has something to do with whether the risks are well balanced between the public and private sectors. And whether, if the public sector takes risk and borrows for those investments, whether they have the capacity to repay them. And if the private sector finances, whether there are revenue flows that allow the private sector to recoup the money for those investments. Finally, whether environmental and social issues are adequately incorporated in the planning for those investments. These are all issues that in 40 years of partnership with China, the World Bank has put at the top of its agenda. We have seen how China has improved social and environmental standards within China. We have seen how China has improved the planning and economic analysis of infrastructure projects, and as a result, China has been a huge beneficiary of its own investment in infrastructure. This experience we now need to bring together to other countries. And it's not just enough to say, I have money. You need to say, I'm ready to build a capacity and I'm ready to adhere to these international good practice standards. So I renew the invitation to Chinese development finance institutions to join us in adhering to best international practices in financing these infrastructure investments, because that will make it possible for us to collaborate. And I think the AIIB is actually an excellent example. A lot of the projects that the AIIB finances around the world are co-financed with the World Bank or the ADB. That shows that this is possible, but it is based on a common understanding of what good standards in infrastructure development mean. Let me make two more quick points. The first is to answer a question that we were given in advance of coming to this forum, which is what additional contributions could China make to the global recovery? And I think it's really important that we see the importance of China's domestic market as an engine of growth for other countries. China has benefited hugely from global demand for Chinese products, and for much of that development, China was an export surplus country. It was an exporter of capital. And the world's largest importer of capital was the United States. Now, that cannot, that pattern has been repeated now during the pandemic. The deficit in the US has gone up and the surplus in China has gone up, partially because China was able to supply where other countries were still blocked in their supplies thanks to the pandemic. But if China wants to make a contribution to global recovery, I think it needs to look at itself as a motor of consumption and as a motor of international demand, not just for commodities that feed China's investment cycle, but also for other types of goods. I think that will serve an important purpose, particularly for many emerging markets. I think as China develops its own economy towards a greener and more sustainable path, in line with the goals set by President Xi on zero carbon by 2060. That will also provide big opportunities technologically for many other countries to learn from this. Final point that I wanted to make is on the importance of trade. We have done recent research, and this is quite recent work, to look at whether the concern that the pandemic has brought of a greater resilience, the concern that some countries have had that it might be better to bring production onshore that will make us safer, is simply not borne out by the evidence. It turns out that countries that have been more integrated into global value chains have been more resilient during the pandemic. It turns out that it makes sense for you to have a diversified range of suppliers, a diversified range of countries with which you trade, because when things go wrong, you're not just relying on one client or not on one company. But that doesn't mean that it's beneficial for you to disrupt the trade relations and bring production onshore. And so in our latest Global Economic Prospects report, which, Henry, you kindly hosted a few weeks ago, we make a big, important point about the potential for trade to contribute to global recovery as a result of reducing further the trade and logistics costs that are often the more important impediment than tariff barriers, and not all of which are well regulated by the WTO. A lot of these things are things that countries themselves need to do that are not part of an international framework. They're things like trade facilitation, like improving the functioning of logistics, like reducing behind-the-border barriers. And I think trade can, in that sense, can be an important engine of the global recovery, perhaps something that has been a little underemphasized in the discussion so far. So with that, let me close and thank you for the invitation.
Okay, thank you, Martin. And I think you made very good points on of course, the infrastructure investment, but also you talk about the trade. I think that's absolutely important. The trade is actually the promoter and propellor for the world economy, a big impetus. As a matter of fact, we see that from World War II as well. I mean, the whole world recovered by trade. So I think same is true probably for this time, for the pandemic. We need to really have the resilience of the trade. 那么下面呢，我想请这个朱光耀。
Now I like to present you Mr. Zhu Guangyao, the former Minister of the Ministry of Finance, and he used to be a member of the board of the World Bank. So Mr. Zhu Guangyao has a very insightful experience of the Chinese economy and the global economy. Mr. Zhu, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. After the pandemic, the global economy has been heavily attacked. But within these challenges, I believe that we are entering into the new stage of globalization. while the new opportunities emerged, the COVID-19 pandemic do attack the global economy. In the year 2020, the global economic growth has been slowed down by 3.1%, and the major economies, China has maintained a growth momentum of 2.3%. Under the attack of COVID-19, working at home, remote education, online medical consultants, those we who think that it is only a subsidy for the major mainstream lifestyle is actually keeping all the society, all works of life back in its normal function. All the different countries has been accelerating their investment in the digital economy. There are 3 different major axes for the digital economy, and they are presenting 4 different policy trends. I think that we should focus on these 4 different areas, and the e-commerce, big data, cloud computing, and also artificial intelligence. And under these 3 axes, it is actually becoming the major driver and core of the digital economy, supporting the whole digital economy to be running in a rapid speed. And all the different countries in the world, while they are supporting and developing the digital economy, they have 4 different policies or policy tendencies. The first one is that they are trying their best to predict and protect the data's safety and security. All the different countries are coming up with their internal rules and regulations and laws to protect the safety of their data. We should be highly aware that until today, no single country or no single economy or no single organization in the world has come up with rule or regulations toward the digital economy's future development. In terms of the multinationalism, the European Union do have some of the general data protection regulations, but it is only a regional agreement. And globally speaking, we are in urgent need to formulate some of the rules and regulations. I think the best way is about G20. G20 is going to play a very unique role. And the second part I want to talk about is the policy preference. We need to maintain the global supply chain for its long-term resilience. And the era of digital economy, it is demonstrating a very unique meaning. COVID-19 pandemic is actually attacking the global economy, and in the supply chain, it is reflecting some of the problems. The first one is that in the supply side, there is unbalanced supply chain and unbalanced production side. For example, for the digital chips, 80% of them are made in Asia countries. The second part is about the blockage of the logistics and transportations. Global trade, 80% done by the shipment, and it is actually deeply affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have also included at the early stage of the COVID-19 pandemic, those shipment companies try their best to protect their own interest, while the global containers economy, while the containers price has been rising dramatically once the economy recovered, the blockage is happening at the transportation side. Thirdly, it reflected the anemia and the warehouse industry. It reflected to us that for those of the zero warehouse theories, we should rethink and double think it. In terms of the recoveries of the logistic supplies, first, we need to have a very good control of the COVID-19 pandemic. In this front, China is actually working at the front line of the world. And we have stabilized and controlled and prevented the spread of COVID-19 virus while we have enjoyed very good economic recoveries. And China is also playing a very stable stone effect in terms of the stabilizing the global economy. And this is also reflecting the integrations between Chinese economy and global economy. And it's also reflecting the resilience of the Chinese economy. And we have protected the supply chain to keep it at a safe, resilient manner. And this is something that we should focusing on in terms of international corporations. The third part is about, while we are heavily curious about the ESG principles investment to the investment environment, society, and governance, is becoming one important features for investment. And this new era of digital economy, it is reflecting ever more. And fourthly, we have talked about a very unique business model which is on the rising under the backdrop of digital economy. That is to say, the international capital has protected and invested in the intellectual property rights and also patent rights, while the international capital is actually pursuing the intellectual property and patent. And in the national-based macro policy regulations, these are some of the precursors that we should curious about. And in the year 2017, the United States has came up with what they defined as a global intangible assets, the lowest asset. I think that this is a very unique and rapid formational changes which has been reflected upon the macro government policies. In the year 2017, the Trump administration has came up with such a tool. At the time, the taxation ratio is 10.5%. It is actually equaling with the 21% of the income tax for the United States. It is like half the interest rate. Let's look at the new taxation plans for the Biden administration. They have raised the taxation ratio to 21%, and it is actually equaling to the 28% of the United States. The ratio has been growing up and high. We should research into the new different scenarios and also the form of the business changes. This is actually the new changes brought to us. That is to say, in these 4 different policies, we need international corporations. And in terms of the free trade theories, there is a series of the dramatic changes. Currently, the free trade theory has entered into the third stage. The first stage is stick to the trade barriers. And the trade barriers is being decided by the different countries, especially it is being featured by the extensions of the country-based taxation policies. As we enter into the second stage, we have been focusing on the multinationals' national choices for their investment. This is actually the theoretical basis. And for the multinationals, they are trying to form a very good entrepreneurial environment. And currently, we are entered into the third stage. That is to say that we are approaching this matter in a greener, and we actually should focusing on the labor relations, the fairer justice and sustainable development of all the different countries. This radical preference should be heavily cared and deeply researched by all of us. While we are developing the digital economy across the world, the globalization is going to enter into the new stage, and we need to tackle these challenges. And in this new era, we should tackle the 4 different challenges. The first one is that what we have talked about, the environmental challenges, natural disasters, pandemics and epidemics, and the second challenge is what we called the geopolitical factors. Competitions between the giants and the major powers is going to become the triggers for the geopolitical factors. Especially the international terrorism is actually affecting us. The third different challenge is that the financial crisis. The rising of the raw material is actually creating a lot of economic risk. The fourth different challenge is that under the digital economy, we should be curious about the cyber attack, especially systematic meltdowns impact on the cyber security. And these objective risks do exist, and it needs a lot of close cooperation for the international communities, and we need to form up different policies. But currently, I think that these policies are far from satisfying. The digital economy and globalization is going to be one major trend for the world, but the difficulties facing in front of us do exist and cannot be addressed over one night. It needs the close collaboration between the international society to tackle with the different challenges, and we are going to let the globalization to work on a path for healthy development. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhu Guangyao, for your exciting sharings, and you have given us a lot of points. You have emphasized the importance of digital economies, big data, artificial intelligence, and moving forward. We are going to be affected by the international digital economies, and how do we keep up with the further development, including how do we build up a supply chain with a better resilient. We've been talking about taxations. Under the Trump administration, and recently, I have heard that the G7 and also the G20 has surpassing the lowest taxation ratio for the company. And after in the Biden administration, the global lowest taxation ratios for the multinationals has been signed up by 130 different countries and regions, and China is one of them. It is going to be one of the major signs for this year. And for example, in the Hainan province of China and also in Hong Kong, we have fine-tuning the VAT ratio by 50%, and moving forward, it is going to lower down the gap between the rich and the poor, and this is also going to help us and to mimic the globalizations and also the anti-globalization tide. It is also going to enable China to be excused by the name of the scapegoat to become the taxation havens. And when we have speak of the fortunes, we have some of the experts from the World Banks, we have some of the experts from the Ministry of Finance. Now I'd like to present to you the Deputy Director of China Agricultural Development Banks, Mr. Zhang Wencai. Mr. Zhang Wencai, the floor is yours.
So distinguished guests, good morning. I used to work in Ministry of Finance, doing the job of international cooperation. I worked in AID, NDB, World Bank, ADB, doing the same job. What I'm going to talk about is for the current pandemic and after pandemic, how we are going to recover the economy and how we are going to deal with the climate change, how we can mobilize resources for these challenges, how to promote the technology transfer and the capacity building. First thing I want to talk about international financing. We are facing a big financial gap. The development financing has been talked for many years, since the last century. Still, for sustainable development, we are still facing huge financial gap for poverty alleviation, for UN development agenda goals, for peak carbon neutrality. So for all these causes, we are facing huge financial resources. There was gap for infrastructure, for climate. Money is needed everywhere. So we haven't found a solution for these issues. we talk about the future, in future how we can mobilize the public-private resources. For public, be it government, international financial institutions, policy banks of different countries, development banks of different countries, commercial banks of different countries, we can do our job. But how to mobilize the private funds through capital market, bond market, stock market, how we can mobilize the private capitals. There are lots of private companies waiting for bankable projects. On the other hand, how we can place the projects into the capital market to have a good matchmaking, how we can organize a lot of good PPP projects. I used to work in Asian Development Bank. I found that it's not that easy. PPP sounds good, but how to design, how to execute, that's a difficult job. So it is still a huge challenge for mobilizing the public-private funds. We have today colleagues from international financial organizations. We all talk about it. Second, we need to have good partnership. We need to have the banks from different countries and the international organizations all providing money. I worked in the Agriculture Development Bank. Last year, for pandemic fighting, for economic recovery, we have placed about 300 billion US dollars, which is larger than the annual placement of fund. So what I'm trying to say is that the countries' institute, how they can work with international organizations, can do like the joint financing. There should be cooperation between international organizations as well. Like when you worked in ADB, we ask cooperation with World Bank, with NDB. There should be joint financing between international organizations. No one institution can provide all the money. So in future, we need to find different channels. We need to promote the partnerships. We need to promote the private-public cooperation and different kind of the partnership. Developing countries should also improve their environment. Also need to cultivate their own private market, capital market. So in future, international aid system, developed countries to provide more resources for developing countries. This is an old topic, but still it's relevant in today's time. In future, we have to find money. This is a huge gap. The second view is, when we talk about the money, we also need to think about the technology, capacity building needed by developing countries. Money is not enough. Martin said, when you provide money, whether you can have a very high standard in terms of the environment, social governance, I think what he's talking about is that our project need to find money, but this project should be sustainable. They can bring jobs. It can bring the income for the areas where the project is located. So while financing, we need to promote the transfer of technology. We need to build up the capacity as well. For example, for climate change, we need money and the technology. Some developing countries, they need to have the clean technology. They need technology to enhance the efficiency of the energy. Money is not enough. They cannot use money without technology to reduce the emission. The design of the projects, the management of the project, the high standard of infrastructure, they all need the good ideas. They need to use the high standard. I think that knowledge, technology, transfer, all of these issues should be talked about by international organizations, by countries, banks. The third view I want to talk about is about future trend of globalization. I think globalization cannot be reversed. but how to promote it fast. After pandemic, we cannot, the globalization cannot be stopped. One country, for example, want to stop the link between industries. I think that's not possible. No one can do anything that is against the rule of the market. No one can talk about decoupling that easy. A cooperation pattern cannot be just a split. Without a good division of labor, all the members of international community will suffer. So we have to promote the convenience of the investment. We started the journey of globalization since last century. We need to sum up what are the lessons, what are the experiences, and after learning this knowledge, we can make the future globalization sustainable, balanced, and mutually beneficial. So how? Working with each other, by coordinating with each other, by dialogue, we can solve the barriers to have sustainable with orderly movement of the production factors, labors, digital assets, and all these things we need to think about. So we need to do policy dialogue. We all need to participate in the rule making to guarantee the orderly flow of the resources. Then we can have a open, inclusive global pattern. This is an important task facing us. So this is what I want to share with you. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, Governor Zhang, for your great ideas. You work in the Asian Development Bank and many other banks. Your suggestion is very good. Economic development, global pandemic fighting, but the experienced bank can do that, like World Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Asian Development Bank, African Development Bank, American Development Bank. They got a lot of experience, so it is a very good partnership among them. Besides trade, investment is also an important pillar for the bank.
Between the banks, we also have another bank, senior bank representative with us today is Leslie with us, Mastro. He's the Vice President and the Chief Financial Officer of a new development bank, which is composed of all the BRICS countries that form this bank. Actually, they're going to have a new head office in Shanghai, going to be inaugurated very soon. So, Leslie, I would like to hear your point on how we can, build this resilient globalization and through all the efforts, including the banks.
Thank you very much, Andy, for the invitation to be here. I'd like to start and reinforce a point made by Minister CHEN Deming in his remarks earlier on, that the COVID-19 pandemic reinforced the important role that multilateral institutions can and should play during periods of crises. We know that the G20, the multilateral banks, the IMF, all responded with significant speed, I would say, in dealing with the crisis in around March, April 2020. But I would also assert that in terms of scale, that the multilateral institutions have really failed to come to the party in terms of the scale required. And we can go later on and have a little bit more closer look at the numbers. But there are a lot of studies now. There's a recent scholar from Center for Globalization and Development, Nancy Lee, who made a comparison of the responses of 2008-2009 financial crisis, the scale of that crisis, how institutions injected fresh liquidity into the global system, and comparing that to 2020. And there seems to be an emerging consensus that given the size of the economic dislocation from COVID, that a lot more should have and still needs to be done to get the world economy out of the current crisis. So I guess the point is that we need to reboot our global institutions to respond to crises of this nature, because by design, we are set up to be countercyclical in nature. The next point I would like to make is that the development agenda has really experienced a significant setback. The World Bank, with the most authoritative numbers, have suggested that more than 150 million people have and are moving into extreme poverty. So we are very much moving backwards in terms of our scheduled commitments for the 2030 global agenda. What this implies, Mr. Chairman, I would argue, is that there's a fresh need to look at how to reboot the system, how to reboot, for example, development finance. Could we do more with our existing capital? Is it possible within the confines of our risk limits, within the confines of our financial metrics, to increase our lending headroom? In this regard, there are quite a few very exciting initiatives underway. You might know that 3 years ago, in 2018, the G20 appointed an eminent persons group which came up with a series of suggestions of what could be done to reboot the development finance system. And some of these ideas are now captured in the Italian presidency of the G20 currently underway, including asking the multilateral banks to significantly increase their lending headroom via some balance sheet optimization measures. The next point I'd like to make, and this again is a bit of self-criticism on the multilateral institutions. Many of our countries in BRICS, for example, India, South Africa, Brazil, we are still ravaged by COVID. And if you look at our responses, way back, and I remember this very, very vividly because I was in South Africa at the time, when the heads of MDBs met in the early parts of March, April last year. We did not collaborate in the manner required, for example, around vaccine research, around vaccine production, around vaccine distribution, because the poorest of the poor, the poorer developing countries, were the worst hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. And the global pandemic, as you know, is a classic public good. It is a challenge that you can only solve everywhere. If you solve it somewhere, you can solve it everywhere. So what this reminds us again is the importance of greater coordinated efforts and greater collaboration, because this was when the system was the most tested, I would argue, and it seems to me at least that we have not fully come to the party. The next point I would like to make, and this is more the optimistic side, that it seems that the COVID-19 pandemic has deepened our awareness of the urgency to deal with climate change. Over the last year, the most significant development obviously has been us, all the countries rather, most countries in the world now having adopted net zero targets. And I would like to argue that China has a very specific, or rather very unique role to play in the quest for net zero. Now, I say that for three reasons. Firstly, as you know, China contributes 28% of global emissions. Secondly, China has already demonstrated over the last 5 years, it has demonstrated the fastest reduction in emission intensity. And also because, as you know, President Xi Jinping announced the 2060 carbon net zero target, but more significantly have announced 2030 as the date for peak emissions. Because of the scale of the carbon intensity of this economy, China has a very special role to play. Another reason why I believe China's got a unique role to play is because it has already demonstrated how, through its leadership in the regulatory space, in the evolution of the green bond market, is one case in point. When I arrived in China in 2015, when we set up the new development bank, the green bond market hardly existed. Today, China is one of the largest green bond markets in the world, and the green bond market globally is now reaching over $1 trillion, $1.2 trillion. So through very decisive policy leadership, very clear direction and leadership from the regulatory institutions, you can see how that coordinated effort have led to significant advances in generating new finances for green energy and developing the green finance market. The final point that I would like to make is again a point that several speakers already made, is the potential to tap into new technology in this quest for net zero. There is no question that sustainability has the potential, at least, for it to become a source of comparative advantage for companies. So this is no longer an imposition where companies have to look at how are they going to repurpose their business models to become net zero, but they can actually make it a sustainable advantage. And one of the encouraging signs here, I would argue, some of the leading global CEOs, Larry Fink, for example, who's the CEO of BlackRock, one of the largest companies in the world, with asset managers with over $8 trillion under management, have argued that they now see climate risk as the #1 risk in looking at investment risk. What this suggests is that increasingly the valuations of companies will be impacted upon very directly by their emissions footprint. I'm therefore suggesting that as sustainability become a leading aspect of comparative advantage, this will be, as it's reflected in companies' valuations, it will become mainstream. And therefore, the final point I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, is that the COP26, it seems to us, certainly from our analysis, is likely going to lead to a very decisive and historic turning point in the world. It is very likely that post-COP26, after November this year, that there will be much stronger push from regulators across the world to start to converge in terms of their standards around sustainability and to inject fresh momentum into this objective of reaching carbon neutrality. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. I mean, you mentioned a lot of points. I think Zhou was pursuing, particularly I think now, carbon neutrality and the carbon peak would be actually another big opportunities for turning the world economy into a great direction. 那么下面呢，我想我们
Next, we have the SOE bank speaks. Now I would like to invite a representative from the multinational companies, Mr. Zhao Bin, from the court, from a multinational company perspective. What's your view about China's economic growth?
Thank you very much, Director Wang, respectable Minister Chen, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank CCJ for kindly inviting me to attend today's meeting. So I am here and really honored to see so many distinguished guests. On one side, it's actually demonstrating the great impact of CCG, and it's also setting up the attractions of the topic that we have set up today. All the distinguished leaders before me has made a very high leading speech, and please allow me, as I am representing the Qualcomm in the United States, to discuss with you our perspective of sustainable development and from the multinational perspective. And I am kindly invite you for your corrections. I agree with all of your ideas and opinions, and a few different points is going to be repeated, overlapped during my speech. I have also mentioned about the industrial development. This is also going to provide them a real-time case for all of them. Speaking of globalization, my idea is that globalization is something self-evident because the world we are currently living in cannot be divided. The global supply chain and the industrial chain is almost as one industrial chain and supply chain. Moving to the next stage, it is going to be the digital industrializations and also the industrial digitalization, as all the leaders mentioned. While I think globalization is going to be an inevitable trend and a supporting system for all of them. Just let me use the telecommunications and integrated circuit industry that I am working in. All the different telecommunication industry needs to be interconnected. That is to say, they need to have one standards. That is to say, all the different manufacturers, R&D centers, and also the operators needs to work under one standards. And from the industrial development to the general rules, it needs a unique development according to BCG's latest researching report. The integrated circuit industry is becoming one of the heavily invested industry in the world. It needs the highest global cross-region cooperations. No single one country can rely on themselves to be working in the semiconductor industry and grab all the different core technologies. Let's assume that all the different participants of every single country that they can build their own supply chain. It is going to raise the price of the semiconductors by 35% to 65%, and finally it is going to impact the consumers, the final end consumers, and hurt the whole economic development. That's the reason why I think globalization is an inalienable part. It is also a way to work to cut down the cost. Speaking of global economic recovery, I think that we should have absolute confidence that although after the development of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are seeing a cross-region dilemma or challenge in the production, logistic development, and also warehouse development. Definitely, it is actually demonstrating the huge impact on the global supply chain. It is indicating once again that globalization is becoming a necessity for all the different industries. At the same time, COVID-19 is still wreaking havoc across the world while bringing up the new opportunities. Definitely, these new opportunities are going to be very beneficial for the whole and overall economic recovery. For example, some of the leaders has mentioned about the development of the logistics industry, and also the Internet of Things has also reformed in an unprecedented manner. I think most of you who are sitting here has a lot of time to work at home during the COVID-19 pandemic. You still need to be connected to the company and to the client through a remote internet, no matter you are working in the retail industries, working in the consumption industry, or the normal business. That is to say, to some extent, the IoT has accelerated the digitalization economy. This is also going to promote the whole economic recovery. That is also, the digitalization is also a trend where my company excels at. We also want to serve the whole economy using our own technology and know-how. The Qualcomm, as a multinational, we have stick to our presence in China. We believe that it is going to be one necessary step in terms of our international display. We have always stick to that we are deep-rooted in China and we are going to be innovative in the Chinese market. And we are also going to promote the innovation in China. And innovation, as we mentioned, is going to be one major driver for the economic recovery. Definitely, our innovation in China, for one part, is going to be working together with all of our Chinese partners and our mutual support. From last year, many of our Chinese partners and their global business growth is even higher than their internal domestic growth rate. So we are quite proud of the result. That is actually the Qualcomm's best example of our global practice. We hope that we could also facilitate China's dual circulation economy. We believe that the Chinese or U.S. companies' stronger business tie is definitely going to be a very important change maker in the China-U.S. diplomatic relations. We hope also to use our specialties to contribute our fair shares to the new infrastructures in the globalization trend. Definitely, I think that I should give you some of the recent examples to prove the theories that I was talking about as a demonstration for our company's contribution to the world. In the past 1 year, the total work number of staff member of our company has grown by 25%. Under extreme difficulties, the Qualcomm has already grown our staff number by 25%, creating a lot of jobs for the global economy. And I think all of you has know that our company has been focusing on the circularity economy. We don't have the manufacturer, but in the recent few years, we have set up the testing factories and also the sealing factories. Especially in the May this year, we have set up a secondary factory in the Wuxi city of China, and we invested for 2 billion RMB. And we believe that this real investment is demonstrating our long-term determination and confidence and commitment to the further development of the Chinese market. This is also going to be beneficial to our Qualcomm's global presence and our strategic development. And in May this year, and in the Water Q Cup, Qualcomm has been working together with 120 different partners and suppliers, and we are demonstrating around 300 different technologies. And we demonstrate these 300 different technologies. We believe 5G as a platform-like technology, it is going to facilitate so many different industries to develop further. Definitely, apart from some of the recent development and recent business practice, we have also conducted a long-term risk investment. In the past 4 years, we have invested in several dozens of the Chinese innovative companies and startups. The Qualcomm's Foundation has totally invested over 70 different companies. We invested in Xiaomi, Zhongke Chuangda, and also Mobike, and also the Shangtang Technologies. We have supported Chinese overall development in the artificial intelligence, 5Gs, Internet of Things, intelligent connected vehicles. We believe that Qualcomm, with so many different patented 5G technology, it is not only going to help us and empower the smart end industries, and we are also going to help the smart transportations, and we are also going to accelerate the rapid development of the Chinese digital economies. We are going to bring more certainty to this world of uncertainties, and it is going to be we are going to be a very important stabilizer in the science and tech world. Just as the minister has mentioned, high-tech companies like us really cares about the intellectual properties. Intellectual property is our lifeline and core competitiveness. Across the world and even in China, we have practiced the general innovations, and we share the fruitions of our innovations, and we hope the frontline technologies could empower the general economic development. And we are also going to use the advanced cutting-edge technologies to promote the systematic development. So that's the reason why we are calling for all the different Chinese companies to improve the general intellectual property environment. And at the same time, we hope that in the Chinese government, we could gain more support. As a multinational, we hope that we could get more positive media exposures. We could see that in the past few years, the Chinese government is actually promoting the law-based ruled countries, and the Chinese government has made a lot of effort, and it has created a very beneficial and positive image. We hope the Chinese government could do more effort and work to let the foreign invested companies to be benefited from the policy making and also policy implementations. And this is going to boost the confidence for foreign invested companies. And we are going to be a very helpful force in the economic recovery in the Chinese economy. That concludes my speech. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao Bing. Mr. Deming is the Global VP for Qualcomm, and this is also a very exciting speech demonstrating the huge potential for the foreign invested company. We all understand the foreign invested companies, their registrations in China, they have paid the taxations in China, and they are actually create jobs in China. They are a Chinese company. I believe this is for the China and globalization trend. The foreign invested company has made a very big shares of the contributions. I know that Mr. Cui Wenbo is actually the head of the Ministry of Commerce, the International Economic Exchange Center. So, Mr. Chen, would you like to speak a few words? I have heard so many different speeches for the leaders and also for the different experts. I am deeply inspired. So, just as Mr. Wang Huiyao has mentioned, this is a forum jointly launched by the CCG and also the Ministry of Commerce, and this year marks the 7th year anniversary. I feel that for each one of the year, this forum has promoted the globalization development, and it actually plays a ever more bigger roles. That is the reason why, because I'm not going to elaborate further, but I think one sentence from the bottom of my heart is that I want to congratulate for the successful openings of these 7th China and Globalization Forums. I really hope that all of you, all the distinguished leaders, all the distinguished guests, could contribute the futures to the globalization trend for China and for the world, and to give you some of the insights. I think that we are going to join our hands to work harder for the sustainable development of globalizations. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen, for your yearly support in the MAFCON. And you are actually a governmental officials in the global commerce landscape. So, Mr. Chen, would you like to give us a wrap-up toward the first roundtable discussion? We have talked about the economic recovery from the economist's perspective, trade perspectives, the basic infrastructure corporations, and also multinationals, the collaborations between the international and domestic banks. So the floor is yours, Mr. Chen, Minister Chen. I heard all of your speech. I am deeply moved. I learned a lot from the different perspective. You talk about globalizations. It helps me with a lot. For example, just as Mr. Zhu Guangya has mentioned, you talk about digital economy. Digital economy is actually a new topic in WTA, but we cannot reach a consensus in WTO. There are so many reasons behind it. And because across the world, there is no single direction that we are moving together towards. And you have also mentioned about the GDPR. That is a rule, and that is a regulation in the European Union. So where can we borrow and learn from the GDPR? And where are some of the practices that we cannot be acceptable in the Chinese market? We have also listened to the opinions from the United States. I have asked my colleague in the European Union, and I asked them that, do you think, apart from the Europe, any other countries is actually approaching or understand the GDPR standards? They told me it's Japan. As a representative from the Foreign Invested Companies Association, I've been talking with many different Chinese companies. If we want to enter into the European market, we need to accept the GDPR. It is going to be a global regulations. I also think that Mr. Chen Jian, the former deputy director of the MAFCON, it has mentioned about the infrastructure support. This is also very important. We are really willing to create a scenario, create a case, create a law and regulation where we can discuss and work together with other different developing countries, the United States, Japan, and Europe. This is not only in the urgent demand of some of the countries. These countries need the support. And during the poverty relief campaign in China, we have built some of the remote countries and lifted some of the remote regions out of the poverty. I'm not only talking about railways, highways, and also bridges. We also talk about the internet connections and also the virtual economies. In so many regions across the world, it needs the joint collaborations and needs the concerns of the developing countries and help from the developing countries. And by practicing like this is not only going to enable their economies to develop, this is also going to enable us to get a huger global economic market for the different countries. We are actually facing with a series of problems, including the overproductivities, and our economy is also going to be trapped in middle income gap. But we should not only leave aside the ideology and social systems. We should keep up with the WANG international rules and regulations to look into this side. I think that the representatives from Mr. Zhao Bing from the Qualcomm has really give us some of the insights and actually cases, because Qualcomm is a very important contributor to the Chinese digital economy development, but Qualcomm has always stick to their high-tech development, and they are a global leader in the telecommunication and the 5G industry. We are in urgent needs to work together with U.S. companies like them. Definitely, the external environment is not very beneficial, especially for those foreign invested companies. Some of the FDI foreign invested companies want to leave Chinese market, but some of them are still watching. Their Chinese investment is under a huge pressure in their domestic market. They do make money in China. They want to stick to the Chinese business, but they hope that China could give them a better environment in terms of the intellectual property protections, and in some of the estimated perspective, they could get more support. So to be frankly, lands taxations is about to reach its ceilings, and I think that this is not going to be the major attraction for foreign investment. I think the intellectual property rights, the respect for talents, is going to be the major focus for the multinationals. In the recent few days, I've been asking that why there are some of the fluctuations in the stock markets. Is the fluctuations in the stock market only for a temporary fluctuation? I think that this is something that we should care about and concerns. I've been no longer minister again, and recently I've been teaching some of the courses for Tsinghua University and also the Nanjing University. I think the traditional globalizations is actually at a new crossroads, and it is very difficult for us to continue the journey. It is not only about the globalization, it is about the globalization governance. Because of the postponement of the globalizations, for decades of these globalizations, even after the Second World War,
there were 4 periods for the globalization. After the 4 sessions, humankind accumulates a lot of wealth, but the distribution of the wealth is not fair. Some countries, some regions got more. Some countries, some regions got less. The low income, the blue collar got less. So because of this insufficient governance, there is a growth of the very narrow populism. So the globalization is a historic trend, but it is not always smooth. There will be twists and turns. Of course, globalization will move on. The good news is that in this digitalized world, in this area, in this time of technology growing, all the technology are pointing to one fact, that the world needs cooperation. For example, our exploration into the deep space, our exploration into the center of the earth. No one country, even United States, cannot finish by itself. Humankind has to work together, so globalization cannot stop. But if we don't have good governance, the nationalism, the populism will hinder the globalization. That's why we say the globalization is in a very delicate crossroad. Some developed countries' ministers ask me why China benefit from the globalization, but I said no, U.S. benefit from the globalization the most. But the investment, the flow of factors make the flow of capital and the technology better, but less for the flow of the land and the policy. The emerging companies, they benefit, they get more benefit. Then the balance has been stressed, has been broken. We need to have a new balance. China is a big country with 1.4 billion. Our market growth is growing less than the economic growth. Then you can see that last year, domestic consumption was bigger, or at least the same with the U.S. And in future, we will introduce, digest, and import the goods from other countries. That will be our long-term policy. So I think globalization, we need to have confidence, we need to have patience for globalization, we need to tolerance it counts, and we need to deal with its shortcomings and to make globalization moving forward with a better track. This track will be supported by digital technology, by the high tech. But if we can realize this point, we will be confident. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your wonderful summary up. I think the Roundtable 1 is very successful. All of you have shared a good experience. So I think this is a very good beginning for today's conference. I want to thank 8 panelists. Today we will have more wonderful roundtables. The next roundtable will be a ambassador roundtable, which has become a brand for our CCD forum. And we will take 10 minutes break. After 10 minutes, we will come back. And let's take a photo and wrap up the first roundtable. Thank you.
本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
您如果
嘿嘿，好 ，hello，hello， 好好 ，hello， 好好好。
刘老师，麻烦您听到点一下头。
Yes, I should switch on the mic. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 7th China and Globalization Forum. It is my great honor to host this section, which is the Ambassadors Roundtable. Please find your seat. Please do, as has been reminded, to switch your phone to the silent mode. I have to remind this because we are recording this into 2 episodes of TV programs to be aired on China Global Television Network. So I would appreciate very much if you would help us make this a successful show and, of course, a wonderful discussion. So I'll give a brief introduction, and then I'll introduce all my speakers, and then later on I'll also ask for comments from our observers who are also ambassadors, and later on I also have the opportunity to have the floor open for a couple of questions. So that's the rough rundown of the program. And we're just getting all our camera, all our crew ready before we go with the recording. So if everything is ready, we'll be starting immediately. 导播怎么样？可以吗？ Yeah, it is my great honor. This is my second time to moderate the Ambassadors Roundtable. A lot has happened, and we're definitely looking forward to this very important discussion, especially about trade and mobility, where everybody is quite concerned about and talking about at the same time. So, if everything is ready, yeah? Shall we go? Yeah, okay. A defining feature of globalization is cross-border movement of goods, services, capital, and people. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to constrain global mobility, efforts are needed to recharge the momentum of global trade, investment, and mobility. Thanks to vaccine rollouts, there are signs of increased mobility and large-scale reopening of economies, yet the challenges are still daunting. The clusters which broke out in the southern Chinese city of Nanjing speaks volume of the kind of continuous threat the mutating virus is posing. So how to strike a balance between safety and mobility? How to advance cross-border trade and cooperation via multilateral and bilateral arrangements? Welcome to the Ambassadors Roundtable on Post-Pandemic Trade and Mobility, brought to you by the Center for China and Globalization and The Point with me, Liu Xin, on CGTN. It's a great pleasure for me to moderate this distinguished roundtable, not only because it's graced with perspectives of over a dozen ambassadors to China from countries that are leading traders and regional players, but also because I see many familiar faces here. We also have distinguished ambassadors attending as observers and, of course, distinguished members of the audience from different walks of life. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let me introduce to you our distinguished speakers. They are His Excellency Ambassador of Algeria to China, Arsene Bouhelfa. His Excellency Ambassador of Australia to China, Mr. Graham Fletcher. His Excellency Ambassador of Brazil to China, Paulo Estivale de Mesquita. His Excellency Ambassador of Colombia to China, Luis Diego Monsalve. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Egypt to China, Mohamed Abdel Al-Sattah Al-Badri. His Excellency Ambassador of India to China, Mr. Vikram Misri. His Excellency Ambassador of Indonesia to China, Mr. Johari Oratmangun. His Excellency Ambassador of the Netherlands to China, Wim Geertz. Her Excellency Ambassador of New Zealand to China, Claire Fernley. His Excellency Ambassador of South Africa to China, Dr. Siyabunga Kuele. His Excellency Ambassador of Switzerland to China, Bernardino Regazzoni. His Excellency Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to China, His Excellency Mr. Ali Abdel Al-Zahiri. The warmest welcome to all of our speakers. We are gathered here mostly to explore answers to the following 4 questions, very important questions. The first of all, of course, is about trade. With a new Director General at the helm, what will the World Trade Organization have to do to build global trade resilience? In what ways can regional trade architecture, such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP, and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, in short CPTPP, contribute to the global economy and shape the future of free trade? What are the prospects and challenges for China's CPTPP entry? This is the first big question. Secondly, how has global mobility restriction affected trade and investment? In the context of vaccine rollouts, what kind of intergovernmental cooperation is needed to restore international travel? Some parts of the world are enabling vaccine passports. What are the prospects and challenges for their wider application? Third, what can countries do to foster cross-border flows of goods and capital in terms of pandemic and the deglobalization trend? What role can the Belt and Road Initiative play in driving the momentum of regional trade and investment? And the last question is about taxation. International taxation plays an increasingly important role in global trade and investment. Given the recent G7 agreement on global trade rule, what are the multilateral efforts and government actions needed for the cross-border tax regime to render a more equitable and inclusive globalization? Each speaker will have a maximum time duration of 5 minutes. And our first speaker, without much ado, let me go to Ambassador Arsène Bouhelfa from Algeria. Now, during the Chinese State Council and Foreign Minister Wang Yi's recent visit to that country, the two countries reached 4 points of consensus, including the Al Hamdaniya Central Port Project, which is Algeria's first ever deep-water port jointly built by the two sides. But the two countries' people-to-people bonds date back decades. The first Chinese medical delegation to Algeria, I understand, was actually sent in 1963 from the province of Hubei. And during this pandemic, the peoples of both countries have also reached out and been helping each other. So what's the ambassador's take on how to boost trade and restore travels amid the ongoing pandemic? Let's put our hands together for Ambassador Bouhelfa.
Dear Liu Qin, thank you. Esteemed moderator, dear colleagues, esteemed organizers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased being here today with all of you in this wonderful venue and for having the opportunity to exchange some views on a very accurate subject that questions the best ways we need all together as an international community to overcome from COVID-19 pandemic and get global and investment on track. Warm thanks for the organizer of the event for such an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, as it has already been or will be said during the conference, the world continues to face the most severe health threat that humankind never experienced before, and struggle to recover from the worst economic crisis since the one in 1929. It is the fact that COVID-19 pandemic strongly affected global economy, trade and economic development are witnessing great challenges never seen before. Globalization made the whole world a small village, making economies interdependent and countries deeply interconnected. Global trade trends are no longer specific apprehension of international traders and investors and high policy decision makers. Even modest manufacturers or small farmers from isolated areas all over the world are also affected by the related tendencies. The revival of geopolitical rise, the multiplication of political and trade tensions have been exacerbating during COVID-19 pandemic context because of the unexpected recession the world economy faced and the related anxiety and fear societies and economies are experiencing. Nevertheless, at the same time, COVID-19 pandemic crisis illustrated during 2020 how important and how complex interdependencies are between countries, economies, and regions, while confirming the need for strong, concerted, and coordinated coordinated actions to defeat the disease and assure global economic recovery. The multiple expression of solidarity and diverse action of assistance between nations while fighting together COVID-19 pandemic give hope that humanity will overcome swiftly the current sanitary and economic crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, we learn from history that when forced, human beings and societies in general usually turn back severe crises and disaster to victories and progress. For this reason, I do believe that the world will not afford economic and geopolitical disorder that will negatively affect the development results gained during last decades. This will depend on the common efforts to safeguard the various consensus reached by the international community on the efforts aiming to reduce development gaps, to address global challenges, to get the international order stronger with the comfortable role of the United Nations, to enhance multilateralism and to stick on fair global trade exchange and win-win economic cooperation. A de-escalation of the tension between China and the United States, two countries that continue to be at a very large extent the first drivers of the global economy's growth, will be determinant for the world economic recovery and global trade exchange in future times that we hope very soon over COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, on my position as ambassador of a developing country, Algeria, I would like to highlight the effective possibility that and the new ways to overcome the pandemic crisis and get the economy in track by touching some prospects of the promising cooperation potentialities and opportunities between Africa and China. The most significant lesson we should learn from COVID-19 pandemic is that a new approach is possible to conduct and organize national countries' development and global economic growth. China-Africa cooperation may show the way in this respect. Africa and China should continue building on their long and strong friendship, as well as the continued expression of solidarity and mutual assistance they experienced since the COVID-19 outbreak, in order to make concrete action for economic partnership and diversified, first, on fighting together against COVID-19 and defeating the disease by cooperating in research and development and manufacturing medical materials and vaccines. Second, on developing Africa's green economy potentialities by supporting the building of infrastructure supporting telecommunication technology for the generalization of e-commerce platforms and payments, as well as digitization of different administrations, which aim to develop the digital economy and green development. Third, on implementing industries in view of local transformation, exploitation of abundant raw materials and natural resources are the most indicated way for any country to efficiently benefit from its natural resources instead of their export without any added value. Fourth, on trade and partnership to benefit from the effective launching of the African Continental Free Trade Area in January 2021 that will enhance trade not only within the African continent but also between Africa and its partner, especially China. While the new Chinese development concept of dual circulation presents a great opportunity for African non-resources products to enter the large Chinese market, the China Expo, held every 2 years in Shansha, in Hunan province, of which the second edition will take place in next September, will for sure help enhancing trade and cooperation between Africa and China. Fifth, on win-win investment in Africa, Chinese companies have been present in Africa for decades, and they participated in recent years' African development programs, especially in the field of infrastructure, roads, railways, dams, ports, and all sectors, as they were granted numerous of public development projects. Nevertheless, while future cooperation between Africa and China should obviously focus on financing and structuring strategic development projects, China or Chinese companies should seize the opportunities for investing in Africa. They will for sure enjoy win-win situation and profit from the continent's enormous potential by installing industrial branches and creating joint ventures for technology transfer. These are the most important issues that Africa needs to address. They constitute the sectors that should be given the most important focus on promising cooperation between China and Africa, which should help African continent to achieve the Agenda 2063 goals agreed under the African Union banner. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by adding that despite the uncertainties the world is witnessing and the numerous challenges it is facing, our people's future would be bright in post-COVID-19 era if the international community commits itself to prioritize and focus on the building of a common shared future for the benefit of all. Sticks on multilateralism, international cooperation, coordinated responses, and mutually allied efforts that remain crucial to defeat COVID-19, rebuild the economies, and enhance trade exchanges. Focuses on the needs of capacity building of the most fragile societies. Africa, the continent I do know the best, needs support to enhance its policy integration, build technical capacity, and prioritize manufacturing and other sectors of the economy and innovation. Technological transfers from China and others developed countries are necessary as will lead to the sharing of skills between the peoples and partners. We have recently seen the emergence of a number of initiatives aimed at helping the development of developing countries and in particular African countries. We Africans welcome all proposals and initiatives with great enthusiasm. They are presented as helping us to set in motion and accelerate our economic development. We also hope that this initiative that can be coordinated with each other and that they are implemented in a way that allow us to catch up. We don't want them competing and causing or taking us to have to choose or have to accept one and exclude the other one. Our needs in Africa are so great that we need all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Buhelfa. You raised a very important point and from a very important perspective, which is the perspective of developing countries in Africa. And you also stressed the importance of the role of multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and the kind of important concepts to bear in mind that we have to build a community of shared future for humankind, and under that kind of guideline, all kinds of initiatives to help capacity building in developing countries in Africa, for instance, should be welcome. And I think that's also very much the position that the Chinese government holds as well. Once again, many thanks to Ambassador Buhelfa for bringing your perspective. My next speaker will be Ambassador Fletcher from Australia. He knows both trade and China very well. He was first assigned to work in the embassy in Beijing as early as in 1986, and this is his fourth assignment to China, if I'm not mistaken. On trade, he also led the Australian team that completed negotiations for the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement. As we all know, Australia is an important trading partner with China, both in bilateral and multilateral ways, and yet bilateral trade has experienced fluctuations under the double impact of heightened political differences and the pandemic. So what are his thoughts on post-pandemic trade and mobility? You have the floor. Ambassador Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to China Centre for Globalization for the opportunity to participate today. Australia's approach to global trade and investment remains consistent, even with the COVID pandemic. More than ever, we see open trade and investment as essential for growth and prosperity. At the heart of this system is the WTO rulebook, which has enabled a stable global trading environment. This rulebook needs updating to keep it up to date with contemporary patterns of trade and investment. Hence, we have the negotiations within the WTO on issues such as services, domestic regulation and e-commerce. And more recently, the pandemic has shown the importance of the Trade and Health Initiative, which will facilitate supply of essential medical goods and help build global resilience for any future pandemics. Australia welcomes the statement from APEC ministers responsible for trade issued on the 5th of June this year, committing to further discussions to improve the WTO's negotiating and dispute settlement functions. We also strongly support working for a successful 12th Ministerial Conference later this year that can deliver tangible results. Multilateral and regional economic institutions such as APEC and the G20 can play a very important role supporting trade liberalisation and an effective rules-based trading system, including through practical initiatives that build capacity and make it easier for businesses to operate. Also supporting the WTO's rule book are free trade agreements. We seek FTAs, free trade agreements, that go beyond tariff reductions to address behind-the-border measures and facilitate trade and investment and services. Australia has established a comprehensive network of FTAs in the Indo-Pacific region, and this has provided added certainty to businesses during the pandemic. The most recent of these is RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which Australia, China and other signatories are moving towards entry into force, hopefully in January 2022. RCEP encompasses new rules among its 15 members for e-commerce, intellectual property, government procurement, competition and services. It's ever more important that all WTO members act on our commitments and work to broaden and deepen the coverage of the rules-based system. Countries need to live up to their WTO obligations and play by international trade rules. In relation to a couple of the specific items mentioned in the questions, we believe it's important that vaccination certificates do not inadvertently create a barrier to economic reopening and travel. Various countries at present are taking different approaches to resuming international travel based on factors such as the prevalence of infections and vaccine rollouts. Safely recommencing international travel will require a set of common standards, including mutual recognition of digital applications, testing requirements and vaccination status. Australia expects later this year to have a vaccination certificate that will be internationally recognised and able to be used to facilitate travel when borders reopen. In relation to taxation, Australia supports a globally consistent approach to tax. We welcome recent agreements on this topic at the G7 and OECD. In particular, Australia supports the OECD Inclusive Framework's commitment to a global minimum tax rate of at least 15%. Australia will work with our partners through the OECD and G20 to finalise remaining technical issues and to develop an implementation plan by October 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Fletcher. You highlighted the importance of upkeeping rules-based system. You also talked about the importance that the vaccination certificates do not become a kind of further obstacle to international travel, and you highlighted the importance of common standards and mutual recognition of these digital certificates. I think these are very relevant points, and also for governments in other parts of the world to consider, as people have been under lockdown or some kind of lockdown for too long. Let me move on to my next speaker, which is Ambassador Monsalve from Colombia. Now, we know that bilateral ties have been growing steadily in recent years, and that pandemic seemed only to have boosted bilateral ties under the the stewardship of the current ambassador. The most recent highlight was President Xi Jinping delivering a speech via video link to the Colombian people at the invitation of Colombian President Ivan Duque in March, where President Xi noted that China has become Colombia's second largest trading partner. Indeed, this is quite a new way of communicating with people of a different country from the perspective of China. So I understand the Colombian president is also interested in coming to China later this year, particularly on the occasion of attending trade exhibitions, import exhibitions here in China. So without much ado, let's welcome His Excellency Ambassador Monsalve.
Dear colleagues and speakers, my dear friend Liu Xin, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sao Shanghao. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude to CCG for the invitation to participate in this important event once again in order to discuss and enrich the debate on the most critical global issues. The pandemic, lockdowns and flight restrictions severely affected the supply chain, logistics and mobility worldwide, causing a downturn in global trade and investment. As a result, the crisis is reshaping our vision about the resilience of the supply chains, forcing our governments and companies to rethink a new approach to secure and balance competitiveness and guarantee provisions. At the same time, it pushed people in business to reconsider investment decisions making, adding new variables to face any future crisis. In Colombia, our economy shrank 6.8% in 2020. Our fiscal deficit increased from 2.5% of GDP in 2019 to 8.9% in 2020, and the unemployment rate soared above 10%. In this context, trade also presented a decline. Both exports and imports decreased around 20% last year. Despite the fact that the pandemic touched the whole world, our region, Latin America, was one of the most affected, unveiling many other problems like inequality and structural economic restructures. Considering there is no handbook to control or to confront this situation, we are now working on different learned lessons and strategies to ensure economic recovery and inclusive growth, which will allow us to keep boosting our trade and attracting more foreign direct investment. The pandemic did not make us lose our way, and it made us strengthen, deepen, and accelerate our agenda based on the following grounds. The first premise is vaccination is the main tool to overcome the pandemic crisis, and it's vital for a safe economic recovery. Second one is we need to increase our investment in infrastructure, looking for the convergence that many speakers in this forum have mentioned before, early this morning. The last 2 years we have seen many Chinese companies participating in new projects in Colombia, and I hope they will keep participating more and more in the following years. The third is focused on science, research, and technology as the driven to real development. As also Vice Minister Chen Jian said earlier this morning, digital economy will be more and more important in the future world. The fourth is that we need to diversify our exports, mostly in the case of Colombia based on oil, and increase the non-mining product exports with more add value, mainly in the agro-industrial sector. Actually, the positive side of our exports in 2020 and 2021 has been in agriculture, food and beverage, which have increased 6.9%. The last one is to understand the new mindset of international investors and adapt to the new economic and social order in which businesses and society have traditionally operated. Considering the new approaches based on resilience and risk in investment and decision-making, Colombia presented a new nearshoring strategy, introducing our country as the perfect regional hub for multinationals to attend Latin American demands. In this regard, we are already witnessing the results. First, our vaccination plan is working faster than expected, and currently we already have administered more than 26 million doses. We expect that before the end of this year, we will achieve herd immunity. In terms of economic recovery, according to OCDE, we will have an estimated growth of 7.6% in 2021. Additionally, 4 million employments have already been recovered. Finally, trade and investment figures are steadily improving. For example, in trade, exports and imports increased approximately 16% compared to 2020 during the first months of 2021. And in terms of investment, during the first half of 2021, more than 110 investment projects for around $7 billion arrived in Colombia, increasing 22% compared to 2019. In every crisis, friends, there are considerable opportunities to rebuild and boost our countries. And of course, this will not be the exception. Today, it is time to overcome the difficulties and explore new opportunities together. Thank you very much. Xie xie.
Thank you, Ambassador Monsalve. It is great to hear that countries are starting to recover, which has been a focal point of attention for many countries. So it is great to hear that not just the economic development, but also vaccination rate, that you are on way to achieve herd immunity sometime soon, and that the trade and investment have also picked up. But it is still a very vital topic to, as you mentioned, how to pick up the rate of vaccination, how to continue to invest in infrastructure, how to build capacity in digital economy, as well as how to continue to add more value to exports. Very good points. Many thanks to Ambassador Monsalve. Next, let me welcome the Ambassador of India to China, Mr. Vikram Misri. He is a seasoned diplomat, having served in various capacities at the headquarters of the Ministry of External Affairs and the Prime Minister's office in New Delhi, as well as in various Indian missions abroad in Europe, Africa, Asia, and North America. I personally had the pleasure to sit down with him soon after his arrival in Beijing in February 2019. In an article published this January in the South China Morning Post, His Excellency wrote that the challenges of 2020 are by no means over, and that India believes this is a collective enterprise and stands ready to engage with all and work for peace, development, and cooperation. So on the importance of trade and mobility, we look forward to hearing your recommendations. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Liu Xin, and thank you to CCG for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to join so many distinguished colleagues to discuss this important subject of the shape of trade and mobility in the post-pandemic world. One can never go wrong in China by invoking Confucius, so let me do so right at the beginning. The great sage is believed to have said that the beginning of wisdom is to call things by their proper name. While multiple interpretations of this gem are possible, one of them could be that if you don't define problems correctly and properly, you will not arrive at the right solutions. And that is why that I feel that in our search for answers today, it is important to understand properly just how deeply COVID-19 has reshaped and is continuing to reshape the world. Of course, we have all seen the visible impact of COVID-19 on trade, investment, and mobility flows. The more insidious impact, however, as our Foreign Minister also said recently, is that this pandemic has induced narrower definitions of self-interest on a global scale. And international cooperation, at least in my view, has been far below what one might have expected. The pandemic has also revealed the behavior of states at times of stress and has thereby highlighted some uncomfortable realities of global politics. As a result, countries have had to alter their perceptions and calculations about each other and the world. COVID-19 has also moved the needle in the direction of risks as opposed to opportunity. And suddenly, risk aversion is at an all-time high. Many have been forced to see in stark relief the importance of reliable supply chains, and now everyone feels the need for strategic autonomy to address overdependence. And the discourse is slowly but steadily shifting towards the need to create greater global capacities by promoting decentralized globalization and establishing resilient supply chains to de-risk the world economy. Last night at dinner here, I heard speakers talk of a post-pandemic world. I don't want to sound overly pessimistic, but I think the first step on the way to a post-pandemic world is to learn to live with the world as it is now,
This pandemic may be the most serious one in living memory, but it should not be seen as the last one. It stands to reason then that we need a more sustainable path in addressing current realities and in facing up to future ones. A path that is not dependent on repetitive and massive lockdowns, crushing travel restrictions that have impacted students particularly badly, and an intense undercurrent of suspicion about everything. This will require trust, but also international cooperation on an unprecedented scale, because no national capacity, no matter how large, can address the problem in its entirety. Look at how, for instance, on vaccines, even a collective global response is falling short. Therefore, what we will now have to conceptualize is re-engineering the way the world works to prepare for and mitigate such cataclysmic events. Specifically with regard to supply chains, the priority is to restore stability to them and make them more resilient for the future. Despite our own individual experiences, all of us at some point experienced blocked supply chains, shortages, and disrupted logistics. The response has varied across nations. For some, the answer is to buy national. For others, it is self-reliance. China is going with dual circulation. Call it what you will, there is no question that there is a general effort out there to hedge against excessive exposure internationally. We will need to see how this can be done without harming the essential global nature of our interdependence. A beginning can perhaps be made by addressing specific pockets of dangerous dependence and seeing how more redundancy can be built into global supply chains and trade linkages. Maybe we can find ways to support shorter, more efficient and diversified supply chains, enhance trade facilitation, and reduce the costs of trade. We also need more cooperation on sharing advanced technologies, collaboration in vaccine and pharmaceutical production, capacity building, and transparency in health information. If anything I have said suggests a turn away from globalization, let me dispel that notion and say that globalization is deep and pervasive and will continue to be a force to contend with. What COVID has thrown into stark relief are some of the particular risks of its current incarnation. The task before us is therefore to de-risk. We need to be aware that the world is both more multipolar and also going through a rebalancing. There are more players out there with capabilities whose full potential needs to be leveraged. An architecture of decentralized globalization based on multiple supply chains and more engines of growth will strengthen global resilience and confidence and provide the redundancy, enabling the world to face the next pandemic better. Finally, going forward, trust and transparency need to be the watchwords. If all that the pandemic would have done is to enhance suspicion and damage cooperative habits built up over a long time, then not only would human lives have been lost, humanity itself would stand diminished. I hope there is agreement around the table that we cannot and should not allow this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Misri. I think you touched upon some very relevant points for a lot of people. I understand there are a lot of students out there who are unable to return to China to continue their study. I hope their situation will be addressed and resolved sometime soon. I think for everybody sitting at this table here, we all have more or less bit of a travels that have been restricted either by ourselves or by our loved ones, and I think that's a very important point you have raised. Thank you very much for your input. And I was told that I just skipped a very important speaker. I'm sorry, Ambassador of Egypt. Now let me go back to let me go back to you. Yes, my next speaker should have been Ambassador of Egypt to China, Ambassador al-Badri. Now, Egypt, as we all know, was the first African and Arab country to have had diplomatic ties with China, and the tie is now 65 years old. More recently, Egypt was also among the first supporters of the Belt and Road Initiative proposed by President Xi in 2013. And during an official visit by Wang Yi, Chinese State Councilor and Foreign Minister to Egypt, he said that China and Egypt are interdependent good friends. The friendship between the two countries, which has stood the test of international circumstances, is unbreakable and firm as a rock. Your Excellency, we look forward to hearing your insights on trade and mobility, please.
Thank you very much, Liu Chen. I'd like to first start by extending my appreciation for CCG for hosting this very timely and important conference that we're having. Let us start, as my colleague, the Ambassador of India said from Confucius, in defining the problem. What do we have right now? A very famous economist, Dr. Muhammad Al-Aryan, once stated a very interesting statement. He said that this crisis that we're facing is unprecedented. Not even the 1929 Great Depression had this tremendous effect. He said that the world economy is facing a heart attack. A heart attack. Everything seems to have reached a sort of like a standstill. Supply has been hit, demand has been hit, transactions has been hit, everything. Governments have become prey to a dilemma of improving economy or population health. And this a lot of countries had to deal with. Also, it is not in one part, this crisis is not regarded in one part, but on the contrary, it's all over. It's locally, nationally, and internationally. Jobs were lost. Certain sectors went out of the GDP, whether globally or state-wise. Give you an example, tourism, which represents 10% of the total GDP, it went down. It just went out of the formula. And here we have a serious problem, and especially we faced this in Egypt. However, I have to say that we were more than lucky in Egypt for passing this problem that we have. The government immediately followed a Keynesian model or a neo-Keynesian model, which most of the governments in the world did the same thing. In other words, it started to invest in itself, in its people, in its infrastructure, and so on. There was a very important role for the state to play in order to get out of the crisis. And Egyptian government put up 100 billion Egyptian pounds for the support of the economy in 2020. And the result was a good result, actually, a 3.6% growth rate in Egypt at a time when the whole world came standstill or was with a minus. And this was particularly achieved through infrastructural revolution that was going on in the country, whether establishing the new administrative capital or other issues. This is, I just given Egypt here as an example of how state conducted its resilience against the pandemic. However, in the post-COVID economic outlook, what do we really need? And let me be here very telegraphic. First of all, we need to restore international mobility. This is essential. And this will not be undertaken without a vaccine, without proper integration on the international level of how we should administer the vaccine, the green passes, or passports. And this has to be settled. And I have to say that international efforts is slow, let us face it. We are slow internationally. I'm not blaming any country by itself, but I'm blaming us as human beings. We have not yet been up to the standard when it comes to this matter. We still have vaccine crises all over the world. Second thing is that we in an interdependent world. We need more interdependence. A state cannot follow Keynesian methodology of injecting money, whether by borrowing or whatever, for a very long time. This is just to get out of the immediate effects of the crisis. And therefore, we need more interdependence. And I think the Ambassador of Australia and the Ambassador of India have dwelt enough on this issue. We need less international tension, ladies and gentlemen. We need less polarity that is going on. We need more understanding. And I think the Ambassador of India dwelt on this. We also need a decrease in the price of transportation. I mean, giving an example, all of a sudden a lot of traders, businessmen have talked to us and told us we are facing a 200 to 250% rise in the price of transportation. This is catastrophic. This is going to lead to the plummeting of world trade. States need to sit down and hammer a sort of an understanding on how to overcome this problem. We also have problems of lowering taxation, because this is part of the stimulus that the countries have to undertake. And this has not only be done on the macro level, but also on the international level for an understanding. This has been also a point that was dealt with our Australian ambassador here. I think these are just general ideas. I have passed my five minutes time guillotine, and I'll stop here. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Very important points, and I think touched a lot of us, especially when you talk about the heart attack that everybody is undergoing, and the kind of slowness of efforts to help us get over the whole crisis and the tension, indeed, that has plagued international relationship, international cooperation when we especially need it. So we really have to work on that. And China, being one of the major countries, would, I think, very much like to see tensions lower so that we can cooperate more, both on producing vaccines and boosting economic recovery. Next, let me go to the distinguished ambassador from Brazil to China, His Excellency Paulo Estevale de Mesquita. Now, Brazil has been a very important partner to China, both bilaterally and in the framework of BRICS. Since the pandemic broke out, the situation in the country has caught the attention of many Chinese people, including pharmaceutical companies, of course. I understand a trial between Sinovac, for instance, a Chinese vaccine maker, and the Brazilian city of Serena also caught the world's attention for making the city an oasis of near normalcy. But the mutation of the virus continues, as I said, to pose a continuing threat. But all in all, I think that was an example, a shining example of cross-border public health collaboration. I'm sure a lot of work has gone into that through the embassy here in China. So where to go next? Your Excellency, please share with us your insights.
Thank you very much, Liu Xin. Thank you also to CCG for organizing and inviting me to this event. The questions that are raised for the discussion of this panel are absolutely crucial to development and prosperity in the next few years. It's sometimes difficult to separate what is the impact of the pandemic and what are the other major forces that are having an impact on globalization and mobility. In the case of Brazil, as was mentioned, Brazil has had a strong partnership with China. The largest of it is in trade, and in fact our trade hasn't suffered much during the pandemic. The prices and volumes of commodities have increased, and our exports have actually increased over the last 2 years. In turn, FDI into Brazil has had a significant drop. One might almost use the word crash, because there was a reduction of 40% in FDI. Interestingly enough, we are more confident about FDI coming back once the pandemic comes under control than what will happen to trade. Because in the case of commodities, we don't know how much of it is due to the stimulus, the exceptional stimulus that are being used to deal with the pandemic. And also we are uncertain about what will happen to international trade in the coming years. And some of the issues predate the pandemic. The trade tensions that have started well before the pandemic, although they have in some cases given a temporary benefit to some of the commodities exported by Brazil, they are actually, they have not actually provided the real incentive for additional investment. The price signals have been distorted by the trade tensions. So we never know whether the spikes in prices that we see will continue, or whether they are merely a conjunctural effect of some trade tensions. This, by the way, is what happens with the trade tensions between China and the United States. Just before the pandemic started, China and the US signed a Phase 1 trade agreement, which contains a number of elements that, in our opinion, are not really in accordance with multilateral trade rules. So this hangs as a sword about future trade operations. The restoration or the reform of multilateral trade rules is a priority that will have to be addressed eventually. We hope sooner rather than later, although we don't really see the conditions at this point for that to happen. There are also other trends in the world economy, for instance, the growing importance of the giant technology firms, which exert an extraordinary influence in terms of technical standards, control of information, market dominance, and all of these things will have to be addressed, and the result will be better for everybody if we address them collectively than if we address them piecemeal. And it's interesting to note that China, as the ascending power, has been very conservative in its approach to reform of multilateral trade rules. We have this paradox that the status quo power is the revisionist one and the ascending powers are the conservative ones. Now, China, of course, has a case to make, has reasons to be skeptical about reform of the multilateral trading system, but I think skepticism can be self-fulfilling. And China, like everybody else, will lose if we have to deal with a decline of multilateralism. Finally, on mobility, mobility is absolutely essential to globalization. Mobility is essential for mutual understanding. CCG has played a major role. I think that the Global Young Leaders Program is an example of something that should be replicated and multiplied in many other places. Unfortunately, we have seen many signs of restrictions on mobility that go beyond the admirable efforts that China has undertaken to control COVID-19. We hope that there are a temporary overreaction and that we will soon get a return also to normality in terms of mobility between China and its partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Estivale. These are, again, very important points. I think one of the great things about the forum organized by CCG is for people, for representatives from different parts of the world to come here and voice their minds. And I think that is an extremely important exercise. Uncertainty is the key word of Ambassador's remarks, and I think we all have to go through this period of time with a certain confidence and will to work collectively. Many thanks once again. Now, moving on, my next speaker is Ambassador of Indonesia to China, His Excellency Orat Mangun. Since arriving in China in mid-2018, His Excellency has been very active and in strengthening China-Indonesia relations bilaterally as well as under the ASEAN framework with an emphasis on small and medium-sized enterprises. While attending the ASEAN-China Symposium on Public Health Cooperation this May, he said ASEAN-China relations continue to develop rapidly and dynamically in the midst of a global pandemic, and one area that needs to continuously develop is ASEAN-China interaction at the practitioner level in Indonesia in the public health sector in the context of joint efforts in combating the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as anticipating prevention of other pandemics. So what are the practical ways to boost trade and mobility under the circumstances we are facing now? You have the mic, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Liu Xin. Thank you very much, CCG and CGTN for having me here. First of all, let me start by saying that I consider it anomaly because during the crisis, in fact, the trade between two countries is increased. So this is anomaly in our bilateral relations. up till now, in first and second quarter of this year, the trade volume between two countries increased by almost 40% compared to last year, as well as investment coming from China. So I would like to see that one of the interesting things of this anomaly is we regain trust among us. I think this has been alluded by Ambassador Vikram and other speakers, but that during this pandemic and what follow after the pandemic, we need to gain trust at the bilateral level, at the regional level, as well as at the multilateral level. This is the first point that I would like to see. Number two is what will happen, what will be our priority. Much has been said about digital economy. According to the recent report, during the pandemic, digital economy increased by almost 40%. In our case, in Indonesian case, e-commerce last year, valuation of the e-commerce last year on digital economy reached 44 billion US dollar, increased by almost 30%. And if you look at the recent report by other international institutions, 10 billionaires or richest in the world increased their income by 24%, and 4 of them coming from China. So this is other things that we would like to see increase in the future as well. Number 3, I call it health infrastructure. We have to be able, this is lesson learned from pandemic, we have to be able to create health infrastructure that will bring benefit to all of us. Within that context, that we would like to see as well that at the regional level, this is the thing that we are pursuing within ASEAN and China. We would like to see that infrastructure in health will be continued to flourish. This will be first priority for us as well. Vaccine cooperation, medical equipment cooperation, supply chain of the medicine, because this is the things that we need more and we need to be able to continue to pursue in the future. Lesson learned from the pandemic, only with the one virus, global economy collapse. So cooperation in the health sector or health infrastructure is badly needed as well in the future. How we do that? We need to regain trust among us at the bilateral level, at the regional level, and at the multilateral level. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me here.
Thank you very much, Ambassador from Indonesia. This word trust has surfaced quite a few times, and I think that will be a central theme of all of the practical goals we want to achieve. Trust is indeed fundamental. Let me introduce my next speaker, Ambassador of the Netherlands to China, His Excellency Wim Heerts. Now, it is my great pleasure to meet His Excellency again. I actually have very fresh memories about traveling to your country as an overseas correspondent, and I was particularly pleased to hear the news about a freight train loaded with goods, including anti-epidemic supplies and new energy auto parts, left Nanjing for Noord-Brabant, I believe, which is the hometown, which is your hometown, and my hometown is Nanjing. That's why I mentioned it. Anyway, so I'm particularly pleased that the China-Europe Railway Express is seen as an important step for connecting Asia and Europe. The floor is yours, dear Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Liu Xin. Thanks to CCG for the opportunity to speak here this morning. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the only representative on this session of an EU member state, I would like to make a couple of points. China's speed and scale of development continue to be impressive, even during this pandemic. The OECD estimates that 1/3 of post-COVID growth worldwide in the next 10 years will come from China. So the world needs China to recover from the pandemic in an economic sense. The other way around, China needs the world to ensure that its growth is both high quality and sustainable. The first economic indicators are promising, but we can't take economic recovery for granted. With huge challenges worldwide due to the pandemic, reducing trade tensions and maintaining economic openness are more important than they ever were. Let me offer a few lessons from history that could be instructive for today's world. You may have heard of a Dutch Nobel Prize winner, Mr. Jan Tinbergen. He was a founding father of economic policy making and development economics. He was preoccupied with restoring the economy of a war-ravaged Netherlands and had witnessed firsthand how the Great Depression and policy responses in which major economies turned inwards had led to social and political upheaval. His fundamental principle was the economy is fundamentally unstable. So to create the conditions for social progress and ecological preservation, one needs independent institutions with checks and balances, not only at the national level, but also internationally. A framework had to be put into place to ensure that stability and long-term prosperity would be there, which would allow all economies, both developed and developing, to make full use of their comparative advantages. Therefore, he was a firm proponent of free trade in a rules-based order. The most durable international trading systems are the ones that are underpinned by a set of unenforceable rules which generate equitable outcomes. And these principles have been the foundation for Dutch, European, and indeed Chinese prosperity over the past decades. The current rules-based system is under pressure, relating to both enforceability and the fact that the current set of rules does not create equitable outcomes. So it's more important than ever that all big trading blocs in the world assume the responsibility to ensure the system functions properly and don't feel compelled to resort to protectionism because they feel they're losing out from the current order. This requires more dialogue and cooperation rather than division and confrontation. We, the Dutch, remain firmly committed to a rules-based multilateral trading system, where conflicts can be solved in a fair and transparent manner within the framework of the WTO, as also my Australian colleague mentioned earlier. Because it's only through a rules-based system that we can ensure a balanced global economic recovery. This requires a genuine effort from all trading blocs to ensure that trade is not politicized and unpredictability for businesses is reduced. Last but not least, I want to stress that economic recovery will have to be conducted in a sustainable manner. With the limited natural resources we have and the increasingly visible effects of human-induced climate change around the globe, it's crucial that all of us strive towards a sustainable and durable economic growth trajectory. Mr. Jan Tinbergen, whom I mentioned earlier, saw social progress and ecological preservation as two sides of the same coin, which required global institutional checks and balances. This underlines the importance of standardizing sustainability in all aspects of trade and investment. Trade and investment agreements, both regional and international, should provide a framework in which sustainability is part and parcel of the way in which cross-border economic activity is conducted. The EU has a long history when it comes to pursuing sustainability in trade and investment agreements. Public interest for sustainability is growing in the Netherlands and elsewhere, also given recent extreme weather events around the world. Not only does this influence the way in which governments view trade agreements, multinational corporations also feel compelled to ensure that they make a contribution towards sustainability and not just aim for short-term profits. One can only encourage this development. The private sector has a crucial role to play in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the goals of the Paris Agreement, to which China has also signed up. We very much welcome China's commitment to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. So let's ensure together that trade is harnessed in such a way that we can achieve both a balanced and a sustainable economic recovery from this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Geertz. I think these are shared aspirations from the Chinese part as well, as China emphasized the importance of ecological preservation, this idea of green water and blue sky being the gold mountain as well, as stipulated by President Xi, very much highlights the importance of ecological preservation on the part of the Chinese government. I think China also wants to enhance trade and investment with its European counterparts based on the rule, which is the bilateral investment agreement, which unfortunately has met some political headwind. But let's hope that with cooperation from both sides, that headwind will be cleared in the near future. Many thanks to Ambassador from the Netherlands once again. My next speaker is Her Excellency Claire Fearnley, Ambassador of New Zealand to China. Her Excellency has years of expertise on East Asia, legal affairs, and especially in international trade litigation, and of course on China, where she studied in Beijing as early as in the 1980s. As such, she has witnessed the 40 years of transformation that China has undergone. Now, New Zealand has definitely been benefiting from that process, as China has, as exports reached a new high in this June. Now, China continues to receive the largest share of New Zealand exports, and more cooperation, I understand, is expected as the two countries ready themselves to celebrate 50 years of diplomatic ties next year. So what does that mean in terms of trade, how to mitigate the impact of the pandemic? The floor is yours, Ambassador Fearnley.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and 谢谢刘欣今天给我介绍，也谢谢 Henry 的那个 CCG 的邀请，非常感谢呢。So my comments are going to draw on different themes from the 4 questions that have been put to the panel. I'll talk a little bit about the multilateral trading system, a little bit about regional economic integration, particularly APEC, as New Zealand's hosting APEC for 2021, so we've particularly focused on it. And also on the intersection between trade and the environment. But beginning with the multilateral trading system, you know, we're all looking ahead to the 12th ministerial meeting that's due to take place at the end of the year. New Zealand is one of those countries that actively engages in the bilateral, plurilateral, regional economic integration processes, agreements, and we put a lot of effort into those. But all of those efforts deliver the best when they're operating under an effective, healthy umbrella of a multilateral trading system. That's where these narrower initiatives can contribute, in an ideal world, to better multilateral outcomes. And the rules-based system provided globally through the multilateral system helps also to ensure that there's no regression that's taking place in these narrower processes. We were very pleased to see the APEC Trade Ministers meeting last month return to a more traditional role in enthusiastically advocating for outcomes from the WTO negotiations looking ahead to the WTO ministerial. The best protection for global supply chains, for global value chains, continues to be a functioning multilateral system. And I was struck particularly by the comments this morning by our World Bank friend, Martin Reiser, who talked about a World Bank a piece of analysis that had looked at which countries had fared the best at this point in the COVID year and a half. Was it the ones that put up barriers, or was it the ones that remained highly integrated into global supply chains? And I was really struck by his comment that it was the integrated economies that actually fared better than the ones that had gone for more protectionist measures. And I take, you know, quite a bit of heart from that. It's really important that MC12, the WTO meeting at the end of the year, shows its ability to make some progress on the systemic issues facing the WTO. Of course, we need to see resolution, or at least progress, around the dispute settlement mechanisms of the WTO, something I've been directly involved with over decades. We need a functioning appellate body. at the same time, we also need to adopt more flexible approaches to some of those really tough issues that have caused the WTO to stall, and they're really difficult issues. You know, what do we do about SOE reform, about economic neutrality, shall we call it? You know, a level playing field between SOEs and non-state business movers. We need to look at issues around how developing countries and developed countries are effectively woven into the WTO system. If we just stick on past positions, we're not going to get movement. We're just going to stay stalled where we are now. We also need to see some delivery from that meeting on sectoral initiatives. And for a number of years now, parties have been talking about a number of initiatives. For example, a binding instrument on fish subsidies. New Zealand's proud to belong to the Friends of Fish in the WTO. And we're almost at that point now with well-developed text. And again, I was very pleased to see the endorsement from APEC ministers last month for conclusion at the end of the year on binding commitments around disciplining subsidies on overfishing, essentially. That's important to have that sort of outcome, not just for the fish, which is important, the fish in the oceans, but also for the benefit of those who observe the WTO and say, what does it deliver on the environment? Well, that's a great example of trade rules also delivering environmental outcomes. And another one I'd like to mention is in the area of fossil fuel subsidies reform. It's not as advanced as the fish subsidies negotiations, but a lot of work has gone into it in the WTO, in APEC, in the G20, and at the ministerial meeting at the end of the year, we're working with a very diverse group of countries to attract a wider group to a ministerial joint statement that looks ahead to the eventual phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies. Given where we're at now in the climate change process, it's, you know, a no-brainer. How could we still be subsidising fossil fuels? So this is something that we believe is ripe to move on to a next stage. Now, I've used up my time, so I might wind it up a little bit there, but I might just touch briefly at the end on regional economic integration initiatives. And again, you know, we look at TPP, CPTPP. The original TPP came out of a very small grouping, 4 countries, very diverse, got together, reached an agreement which has subsequently over more than a decade grown into an 11-country agreement. And it was nurtured within the context of APEC. Without the work that happened in APEC, it's very unlikely that TPP and then CPTPP could have happened. It's an example of a high-quality agreement that offers some indication of where multilateral processes could go to if there was a degree of ambition at that level. It's about fostering open, rules-based trade with no geographical barriers. But also, APEC has recognised the role that RCEP can play in our regional economic integration, and like other RCEP negotiating parties, we look forward to it entering into force before the end of this year. So, you know, we still, even though the environment doesn't look too encouraging for it, look ahead to where, at some time in the future, where we could build on RCEP, build on CPTPP, toward a more inclusive free trade agreement of the Asia-Pacific. Now may not be the time to be able to move ahead with that, but we're optimists. Circumstances can change, and if you keep knocking on the door, eventually sometimes it opens with these sorts of trade initiatives. So we remain optimistic. But with that, I'll wrap up and pass back to Liu Xin. 谢谢了.
谢谢. Thank you so much, Ambassador Fearnley. You very much centered on trade, regional trade agreements and arrangements, very specialized topic, but I had the pleasure to interview the last member of the appellate body, Judge Chen Hong, and Zhao Hong, I'm sorry, yeah. And she was very much regretting the fact that the body was not functioning because of all kinds of reasons. But I think, as you said, you know, optimism is important. Let's keep knocking on the important doors so that eventually we'll make some progress. Let me introduce my next speaker, Ambassador of South Africa to China, His Excellency Mr. Siyabonga Kwele. He has wide-ranging and ministerial positions in public service before arriving in China as ambassador only this April. He has served as Minister of Intelligence, State Security, Telecommunications and Postal Services, and most recently Home Affairs. So hopefully these posts will give him additional leverage in his new role as a bridge between the two countries, which are already very strong partners. Now, since February 2020, the South African president has written or has called the Chinese leader 4 times, which shows how strong the relationship is, and yet the pandemic has hit bilateral trade very hard, with volume, as I understand, dropping by 1/3 in the first half of this year. So how to reverse that trend while keeping the virus at bay? You have the mic, Ambassador Kwele.
Thank you to our moderator, Liu Xin, and CCG. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my input will focus on South African and Africa's effort to improve mobility and advance trade within the open and fair multilateral rules order. The effect of COVID-19 pandemic in developing countries such as Africa are devastating and threatening to reverse the hard-won developmental gains, particularly for the poor and the vulnerable. The mutation of the virus and the lack of access to life-saving vaccines continue to affect lives and livelihoods of many as it disrupts health services and mobility, with huge negative impact on socio-economic development. In addition, our economic recovery remains low because of reactive global shifts of funds and production towards more developed countries. Our efforts to improve mobility and livelihood includes, first, implementing national economic recovery plans and aligning them to regional and continental effort. 2, we have kept our borders relatively open while implementing science-led epidemic control measures and adapting new technologies to improve trade communication and sustainability. 3, this year, we have in earnest begun the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFCFTA, to boost intra-Africa trade and links with the outside world through mechanisms such as Belt and Road Initiative, promoting South-South cooperation, and continuing to push trade with the developed North. 4, we have jointly mobilized resources to fight the pandemic under the African Center for Disease Control and African Development Bank. In this respect, we are working with friendly countries such as China and developed North to build our capacity to deal with global disaster and future pandemic, as well as expanding the current vaccine production sites in Africa. We welcome production facilities in countries such as South Africa and Egypt, and many more to come. 5, we continue to improve our investment trade climate and make greater efforts to support the vulnerable sectors such as tourism, agriculture, and mineral resources in effort to cushion the impact of rising unemployment. What needs to be done going forward? The pandemic is not an epidemic. It is not a national problem, but a global challenge that will be won or lost at a global level. This virus does not respect political boundaries. It needs faster global response and vaccination to defeat it. We are in it together, and no one or country should be left behind in the fight against the pandemic. As a global community, we must First, increase our vaccine production, and decentralize it in order to have speedy access to vaccine in order to build global immunity to protect us against devastating impact. This is why we've been pushing for temporary waiver of TRIPS or intellectual property rights as a measure to boost vaccine production and access. Moderator, it may be early to talk about vaccine passport requirements until significant numbers of global populations have fully been vaccinated. Otherwise, we may worsen unfair discrimination among the poor. 2, we must follow the science in measures to fight the control and spread of the virus and avoid political protectionism, artificial barriers, conspiracies, fake news, and spread of undue fear. Thirdly, we must continue the global solidarity in times of need and build and improve on open, fair, and rule-based international trade order. As President Ramaphosa put it early this year, the events of the last year have demonstrated that no country, no people, no continent can stand alone in the face of challenges that confront the humanity, from pandemics to climate change, from war to poverty. We need to overcome shared problems through collective actions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kuele. 2 key words I take away: integration and solidarity. These are extremely important, and we are also happy that more countries are able to provide more vaccines to underdeveloped countries through multilateral platforms such as COVAX, and I hope countries in Africa will be able to get more help in a more timely fashion. Next, let me welcome my next speaker, Ambassador of Switzerland to China, His Excellency Bernardino Regazzoni. It's a great pleasure because I spent 6 years in Switzerland as overseas correspondent. So I know Switzerland enjoys many firsts in China's international relations thanks to the generations of diplomats who are hardworking, pioneering, and pragmatic. And Ambassador Regazzoni is no exception. In the past few years, bilateral ties have been elevated to a new height, especially following the implementation of Sino-Swiss Free Trade Agreement in 2014 and the establishment of Sino-Swiss Innovative Strategic Partnership in 2016. But the virus knows no borders. So what challenges are ahead and how to overcome them for Switzerland? Dear Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Liu Xin. Thank you for your kind words. Dear colleagues, thanks for the opportunity to participate in the discussion about how global trade and mobility look in post-pandemic times. CCG remains true to its name, as the issue is very much about how globalization looks after the pandemic. And let's start with the good news. I spent much of my time last year visiting Swiss companies, some of the around 1,000 present in China. I wanted to understand how they were coping with uncertain times. I was impressed by their resilience and adaptation. In most of the cases, their yearly results turned out to be better in 2020 in comparison to 2019. And as of bilateral trade with China, exports were up 10%, while imports up 8%, with an overall balance slightly in favor of China. The free trade agreement entered into force in 2014 has produced good quantitative results and allowed in some sectors increased protection of intellectual property rights. In finance services, steps have been made towards liberalization by removing ownership caps on securities, future and mutual fund. Positive results indeed. The day-by-day reality and perspective ahead appear as less rosy. There are still several market access restrictions and barriers on investments, and the regulatory environment changes rapidly, and companies find it difficult to keep up. Travel restrictions applied by China are a matter of concern. Audit approval procedures are delayed or completely halted. Recruitment and circulation of talents are compromised. Getting visas for expatriate cadres or students is a headache, whereas visas for Chinese students to Switzerland have not been reduced during and after the pandemic. On the diplomatic level, and generally speaking, we would need a far deeper informal exchanges than video meetings or sparse closed-loop visits from abroad allow in order to bridge diverging positions and avoid misunderstanding and, first and foremost, re-establish trust. The imperative of security seems to prevail on everything. How not to look with concern at the announcement of an upcoming accurate review of foreign investments that affect or may affect national security made by the Ministry of Commerce last week. Meanwhile, the localization of personal data generated by innovative companies in sectors as different as automotive, pharmaceutical, or insurance generate additional costs for the creation of local data networks separated for their global network. Furthermore, the extraterritorial effects of cross-international sanctions bring more uncertainties and an additional burden to companies' due diligence and compliance procedures in China and in all the regions where globalized groups are active. Now I come to the point about the consequences of globalization. Until short ago, we were used and we cherished the image of globalization as a flat word where economic imperatives and the free exchange of ideas eventually produce a level playing field. I'm afraid the post-pandemic world looks much like a mosaic. The drive and rationale of globalization is there, but it's channeled between the shores and banks of decoupling economies and crossed vetoes. How did we arrive there? First, the localization of value chains, as producing and shipping locally ensures less disruption in the case of limited movement of people and goods. Global trade is becoming much more regionalized than before. The travel restriction further exacerbate this tendency. This trend is further reinforced by the US-China tensions and decoupling in political, technology and diplomatic relations. Instruments like sanctions are used to reach foreign policy goals, but might have also economic consequences. Switzerland remains committed to unrestricted trade in the framework of an international rules-based system. As a truly globalized country, we practice free trade with over 40 among our partners in the world. Innovation, after all, is the only way we have to maintain a competitive advantage and re-establishing trust. These seems to me, the three more important points also which come out from the yesterday and today discussion. We remain committed to China as our third most important economic partner after the European Union and the United States. Through these uncertain times, we will continue to stand by our values and promote cooperation and engagement to be open, stable, and predictable. Thank you very much once again for participating in the discussion.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Regazzoni. Very important question, once again highlighted, how to boost offline contacts like what we're having today, instead of always online. For the past 1.5 years, we seem to have grown used to not being in close distance with each other, but always through a screen. That has to change one day, sooner or later. So I think that will call for a lot of determination, political will, and innovation as well, how you cope with this. Nobody has done this before, but I think that is the right direction to go. Many thanks once again. And next, let me go to my next speaker, Ambassador of UAE to China, His Excellency Zahiri. I had the pleasure to sit down with him in 2019 when we had a wonderful discussion about bilateral ties and BRI. I'm also happy to discover that he's a master on social media with lots of posts on Twitter written in Chinese. So I was told that despite COVID-19, non-oil trade between the two countries reached over $50 billion, which is really something to celebrate. And the UAE has become China's #1 trade partner in the Middle East and North African region. So how to boost further this relationship? How to mitigate the impact of the pandemic while achieving further robust growth in all aspects. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you, Lucien, for your kind introduction. And I would like to thank CCG for giving me such an opportunity to join a distinguished panel and for hosting the forum at this special time. The good news is that to be one of the last speakers, that my talk will be very short. The coronavirus outbreak, which has now lasted for over 18 months, has had a great impact on the economies and people's livelihoods all over the world. Cross-border communication, travel, economics, and trade have either been disrupted or become more challenging than before. Even as economies are recovering, other countries are still coping with the effects of more virulent COVID variants, coupled with low vaccination rates. The increased cooperation between countries will be a key requirement to ensure stronger and more resilient post-COVID-19 economies. Throughout the COVID period, the UAE has been a hub for the Middle East and North Africa region and beyond, with 135 countries benefiting from UAE aid, with medical supplies, mobile hospitals and clinics, PCR test kits, and the popular ventilators, as well as with the vaccine manufactured in the UAE and distributed across the region. The UAE sees a strong link between such actions and the ability to re-energize global trade and mobility in timely manner. Our strategy has been to focus on strengthening trade ties with our existing partners, like China. While in 2020, the UAE's overall trade decreased over 10%, our trade with China actually increased due to our comprehensive strategic partnership. Over past years, the UAE has developed into a major logistic and manufacturing hub of the Belt and Road Initiative for the Middle East and North Africa. These are introductory remarks, but I would really focus on the theme of our discussion, trade and mobility. According to the World Trade Organization, global good trade has started to recover by growing 12% year on year by the first half of 2021, after falling 20% in 2020. In contrast, during the first quarter of 2021, a global service trade fell 9% year on year after posting a 20% decline for the full year of 2020. Travel and tourism were the hardest hit sector, with a global average fall of 62%. In Asia, decreased 67%. Facilitating investment flows to developing countries would be essential to sustain and accelerate the post-pandemic economic recovery, particularly in Africa, Central and South America, and parts of Asia. The vaccine passport is important and useful for the resumption of recovery of international trade and investment. Although the virus is still spreading in some countries and regions, people cannot just wait until the virus disappear. Vaccine passport is a critical measure in order to return to normality. Emirates was one of the first global airlines to trial the IATA travel pass in April 2021. Now it's offering the IATA travel pass solution to customers flying to 10 cities, including London, Barcelona, Madrid, New York, Moscow, Frankfurt, and so on. Another UAE airline, Etihad, has also expanded the IATA travel pass on flights between Abu Dhabi, such as Bangkok, Geneva, Milan, and Singapore. Actually, the UAE has been well prepared to deal with infection disease well before COVID-19 due to the UAE's robust healthcare infrastructure, a well-established emergency response system. The UAE has succeeded in being among the first countries in the world in vaccination rate and virus tests compared to the size of the population, among the most important countries across the world in flexibility in dealing with the virus, according to the testimony of the international institutions. I think that the international communication and coordination is more necessary than ever when facing such a global challenge. Unified and effective communication between governments is a successful method to build trust and is also one of the main success factors in dealing with the pandemic. My last point, the Sinopharm vaccine is manufactured in the UAE, though through a joint venture. We are also a key logistic hub in the Middle East and North Africa region. By end of April 2021, one of out 20 COVID-19 vaccine administered around the world has transited through Dubai on Emirates aircrafts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Zahiri. It is a very good example, I think, of cross-border cooperation in times of a pandemic, that a Chinese pharmaceutical company is able to conduct trials in the UAE so that the production, the rollout of vaccine can be sped up. Thank you very much on that. And with that, we have come to the end of the first part of the speeches by ambassadors during this roundtable. We've heard the perspective of 12 ambassadors so far. As I said, we also have a number of ambassadors present here as observers today. They are His Excellency Mr. Thomas Ostrup Müller, Ambassador of Denmark to China, His Excellency Jean-Louis Robinson, Ambassador of Madagascar to China, His Excellency Louise Quesada, Ambassador of Peru to China, and Her Excellency Milia Jabor, Ambassador of Lebanon to China. She was here. So we would like to know whether you would like to take the opportunity to make some comments about what was being said and maybe also highlight the situation in your country. The floor is yours, if you will. Yes, Ambassador Robinson.
Thank you very much. But I speak in French, if you understand.
Let me see whether we have French interpretation.
French, yes, because I speak better in French.
Do we have French simultaneous interpretation? We don't really have that.
Yes.
Would you be able to try in English?
In English, yes. In English, I don't know speak very well, but I thank you for the invitation of this forum of globalization, and I think that for Madagascar, we know. I think that we have forget the security for our country. Security is very important for us. And we need that together we work together for this security. But another things, another question for Madagascar is very good. Thank you for your invitation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Any further remarks from our other observers present here? Okay, if that is the case, let's open the floor to any comments or questions from our distinguished members of audience. If you have any comments, this is the opportunity right now. Please raise your hand so that I can see you. Yes, we have Mr. Andy Mogg. He would like to make a comment, please. Or question, please. 有没有麦克风? Can we give a microphone, please?
So first of all, I'd like to thank the panel of ambassadors for a very illuminating set of insights about the challenges that the world faces in the post-pandemic world. I just wanted to share one quick point that I think that will affect global trade going forward, and that is, in parallel, during the pandemic, China's also been piloting the so-called DCEP, or digital currency electronic payment. And I think that this can have a potentially profound impact on global trade, first of all, through a shift in dollar settlement, second, through a reduction in transaction costs in international trade, and finally, accelerating financial inclusion. We know that there are still billions of people around the world that are unbanked, largely because of the cost involved in reaching and providing financial services for these people. So I think we've been through a very challenging 18 months with the pandemic, with many challenges still remaining. But I think also it's worth pointing out that there are some interesting and perhaps even exciting developments on the digital currency front that may contribute to a better world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mogg. Some comments on digital currency. Any other comments or questions from the floor? Now is the opportunity. Well, if that is the case, I guess we have come to the end of the Ambassadors' Roundtable during the 7th Annual China and Globalization Forum. I would like to borrow a few lines from the new Chinese ambassador to the US, Minister Qin Gang, who has just set foot in Africa only yesterday. He said he believes the door of China-US relations, which is already open, cannot be closed. This is the trend of the world, the call of the times, and the will of the people. This, I believe, also fits the theme of globalization. Let us work along this trend towards greater mobility and prosperity. That's it for this very special edition of The Point with me, Liu Xin, coming to you from Beijing. As always, you can follow me on Facebook and Twitter using the handle Liu Xin in Beijing. Thanks for watching. You've got the point. And a warm round of applause to all our speakers and ambassadors present. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining with us today, and hereby we conclude our morning session.